You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. This episode is the third compilation of band member interviews. Since 2020, we've featured about 20 interviews with Chris, Jord, Todd, John, Beeve, and Sulin. On November 3rd, 2021, I released an 8-hour compilation episode featuring the first 12 interviews with Chris, Todd, Jord, Sulin, and Beeve from the first 1/3 or so of the life of the podcast. On March 3rd, 2023, I released Volume 2, featuring interviews with Beeve, Todd, Chris, and Sulin. Volume 3 features John K. Samson, a few interviews with Todd, an interview with Jord, and an interview with Beeve. I really like this band members compilation. First of all, it features the only appearance from John on the podcast, so I put that interview first here to give that interview some new attention if you missed it the first time. Next, I put an interview with David Guillas and Ryan Nash from the band Agassiz, discussing a track-by-track breakdown of their fantastic 2023 release Pulse 1D. As you all know, David was in Propaganda and played guitar on Supporting Cast and Failed States, and it was great to hang with Ryan and David and discuss what Beeve is up to post-Propaganda. After David and Ryan's chat, the next interview is with Todd, where he goes into depth on I Spy's Guide to Excruciatingly Correct Behavior, which is the title of the B-side of the I'd Rather Be Flag-Burning Propaganda and I Spy split. The interview was conducted outdoors in a park in Winnipeg by friend and frequent contributor of the podcast, Paul Hodgert, and appeared on an episode co-hosted by John Danick and Paul Hodgert in September of 2024. After Paul's chat with Todd, you'll hear my conversation with Jord Samolesky from August of 2024. We discussed Jord's performance on the forthcoming new LP, and then we dive back into Propaganda's demo tapes from the late 1980s and early 1990s. So it's kind of a cool chat with Jord talking about the bookends of Propaganda's life as a band. To close out this episode, you'll hear a conversation I had with Todd leading up to the writing of the new record and also his thoughts on the songs Incalculable Effects from Supporting Cast and The Days You Hate Yourself from the deluxe version of Failed States. Thank you so much for checking out Volume 3 of the complete band member interviews on Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. If you want to get in touch, you can reach out at propagandapod@gmail.com. Thank you so much for listening. And thanks for being here. You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, I am delighted to welcome John Samson Fellows. John's work is well known as a member of Propaganda, the Weaker Thans, as a solo artist, and now releasing music under the moniker Vivat Virtute. On this episode, we discuss John's work as a teacher, his weaving projects and music with Christine Fellows in Vivat Virtute, the 2023 June 1st EP, his favorite memories of Propaganda, and more. The music you're hearing right now is Rockwood Pickleball Club, track 1 on Vivat Virtute's Hold Music LP. Please go check out what John is up to at vivatvirtute.com and at vivatvirtute.bandcamp.com. Please enjoy my conversation with John Samson Fellows. John Samson Fellows, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Thanks for having me, Greg.
I'm so delighted that you're here, John. I'm really interested to hear about what your life is like these days. As somebody who's followed your work for so many years of my life, to find out that you are a teacher now is such a thrill and just speaks to my heart as a person who's been teaching for the last since 2005, I've been a teacher.
Oh, wow.
So I'm just so excited to hear about your current full-time work and what you're doing. Just tell the listeners out there or the readers what you're up to these days with regards to your career.
Sure, yeah. So I've been teaching a university level creative writing class at Stony Mountain Institution, which is the federal jail just outside of Winnipeg here. And it's through this really interesting program called Walls to Bridges, where universities kind of sponsor university courses within jails. I started during the pandemic, I guess. Yeah. And I kind of fluked into the job because I was doing other stuff at Stony Mountain. I started a book club out there around 2014. I co-founded a chapter of this thing called Book Clubs for Inmates. And so I would go out there with a couple other volunteers every month, and we would talk about a book with incarcerated people. And one of the people there knew someone who was looking for a prof or an instructor, and it all kind of came together. And I think the fact that I had my clearance and that I'd had experience in jails kind of helped me with that. So it's been really, I've really loved it. It's been great. I've been, like developing a curriculum and a course outline was super interesting. And yeah, I've sort of based it around zine making as well. So
Sweet.
the yeah, the kind of point is like, or the final project is a class zine that we make together. And so we're basically throughout the term, we're kind of generating content for our zine. And then we make enough for them to give to friends and family and put some at the University of Winnipeg, which is where the program lives. Yeah, so it's been fun, and it's yeah, like mostly it's people who wouldn't necessarily take a creative writing course. I mean, it's certainly not really their first choice, really, but it's one of the few courses that are offered. So I try and focus on really kind of practical creative writing. Like we start by writing toasts and obituaries and
Cool.
yeah, and then we move on to poetry and memoir and op-ed pieces and reviews. We have a lot of people who write kind of reviews of the institution that they're living in and
Mm.
use of the food and stuff. And it's been a really fun process. And then the kind of cut and pasting at the end is always really fun. And I've really enjoyed that. This is my third year doing that, I think. And then I recently got another job, which through a place called the John Howard Society here in Manitoba. It's a nonprofit an agency that works with people getting out of jail. So, yeah, or who are about to get out of jail. So I work with people on getting ready for their GEDs or and then I go into the remand center here in Winnipeg, which is where people are kept pre-trial, and I work with them on literacy stuff with a group of volunteers. And so that's really fun too. And a little bit scary. Like I realized right away that I would not pass the GED if I had to
Mm.
take. Yeah, there's some real challenging things, and just kind of working within that system is a real kind of challenge. Anyway, yeah, so
Yeah.
that's kind of where my teaching's been at. I sort of fell into it, and I really like it.
Do you have any like specific texts that you love to teach with your students that really like that you really have found as kind of like your niche as a teacher? Like for me as a teacher, like I was always super into teaching Gilgamesh and the Bhagavad Gita and
Oh,
stuff like
nice.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
And like I'm wondering if you have any like texts that you're just like super into teaching and like when you start that, you're like, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, I do actually. Yeah, I have a few. We start with a George Saunders editing piece.
I
George
love
Saunders,
him.
the short story writer, he did this kind of piece in one of his books about he lays out the short story, and then you have to take 5 minutes and cut 20 words, and then you have to do like phases until you've got it down to like just a paragraph or whatever.
Yeah.
That's always really fun for people who have never really edited before. I rely pretty heavily on this book called The Sentences Within Us, which I think was published by Haymarket not too long ago. And it's just full of writing. Like I like to focus, aside from that George Saunders piece, it's all writing from people who have been incarcerated or who are incarcerated. So I want to really nail home the point that writing is valid and important, and they're the only people who can do that writing. So, and there's a lot of incredible writing from inside jails. So
Yeah.
I've built up a collection of prison writings over the years.
Amazing. And you publish these in volumes like I
Mm.
love that. Have you just been kind of blown away by some of the stories that your students have been able to kind of tease out of themselves. Because for
Yeah.
me, getting 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds to write a creative short story,
Hmm.
they're so determined that they are not going to succeed at the
Yeah.
beginning of the process, and then when they get to the end of it and we do like our readers theater and stuff where we like are reading
Uh-huh.
passages from our stories aloud in class, they just are bursting with confidence. And like it's like you see people find their voice in real time, and it's just such a powerful moment, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. You're right. I'm sure it's the same thing. Yeah, it's beautiful when they figure out when it's sort of unlocked and you're like, "Oh, I can write about myself, write about my life and make something that I can share with other people." Yeah, it's a really powerful thing for sure.
Do you write with them? Like, do you share things that
Yeah.
you're writing as well while they're writing too, and you kind of like bounce stuff off of each other in real time?
Yeah, and like because I'm teaching in a jail and they don't have a lot of private time, obviously. We often do a lot of writing in class, like we do little fast little exercises. So I'll write with them as well, and that is fun. Yeah, I like that part of it. It's enjoyable, and then I share in the circle as well. And I do think that kind of brings everything into a level kind of playing field. And a lot of this kind of writing that I'm teaching is not something that I'm particularly good at, right? So, I'm not a big prose writer. I don't write an argument very well. So it's nice for me too. It's helped me as a writer, and I do feel like yeah, it's important to be in the circle.
One of the things that I always loved about teaching was whenever we would do a unit that I was particularly bad at, like I'm a,
Mm.
I'm a terrible poet. It
Yeah.
just awful. And we would do
Yeah.
these poetry units and these poetry studies, and I would try to write poetry with the students. And some of the
Mm.
students were blowing me out of the water. 16 years old, writing
Sure.
things that were just moving to me to my core. And I'm over here just clunking along, and I'm like, hey, look, I'm just like doing it anyway, even though I stink
Yeah.
at it. And they always liked it whenever I would like acknowledge my own
Yeah.
shortcomings. It was
Yeah.
kind of a
Yeah.
way to bond, you know what I mean? Um,
Yeah, absolutely. And writing is, that's what the power of writing, right? Is the yeah. Anyway.
do you have some goals in teaching that you're like shooting for in the next, like, I don't know, 3 to 5 years? Like, where do you see yourself going with the work?
I guess with my work at John Howard is sort of new and yeah, I'd like to get better at stuff that I'm bad at. So like math, for example, I'm terrible at math. I'm really,
Yeah, me
really bad
too.
at it. Lately I've been teaching a bit of math and it's been rough. Though the fact that we're learning together is pretty cool. But yeah, I definitely want to kind of get my skills a little bit, raise my skills in fields that I don't really know that much about. So
Hmm.
but luckily when I go into John Howard, I have these volunteers who come with me, and they're a bunch of them are teachers, and so they've been kind of coaching me on how to teach this stuff too. So just showing up for incarcerated people and trying to help them express themselves is the long-term goal. And then also just the real practical stuff. Like lately I've been helping people write resumes
Hmm.
um, and do stuff like that. And yeah, I want to get like just better at that stuff, math and but math's a big one. Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, let me empathize with you on the math thing for a second, because I have a
Yeah.
10-year-old in fifth
Oh
grade,
wow.
and
Yeah.
she comes home with these math assignments that just they're taught in a totally different way than I was ever taught.
Oh
And
yeah,
the
I've
way that they
heard.
chunk math and break down like, you know,
Yeah.
like characters and stuff like that into smaller pieces and then put it all back together, it's really
Mm.
amazing the way that it's being done now. So my 10-year-old is doing that for me by helping me rethink the way that math and numbers work together,
Right.
and they help me break it down. And so like it's
Amazing. Yeah.
absolutely so cool that my
Yeah.
10-year-old is doing that for me. I'm just delighted by it.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, John, I want to talk about music for a little bit, if that's cool.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Post Weaker Thans, you have been musical, been making music. You know, I'm thinking about your Millennium for All single, Fantasy Baseball at the End of the World, and your work
Mhm.
with Christine Fellows and Vivat Virtute. Tell me a little bit about what you've been up to musically, kind of since you've been in this next stage of your musical journey.
So yeah, I'm not really sure what this stage is, but I've been I haven't been writing a lot of music, but when I do, it's been really kind of focused on things that I'm doing, organizing work and activist work, I guess. So yeah, Millennium for All was this song that really kind of grew out of this activist group I was a part of called Millennium for All. We started working together when the kind of over securitization of the Winnipeg Library got really intense. So just the kind of site of libraries is a really became this really interesting thing to me, and I got to hang out with all these kind of academics who were working on it and these community organizers who were working on it. So they were writing a report and I was helping edit that report. And then I thought, one of them actually, my friend Bronwyn was like, why don't you write a song to go with the report? And I was like, oh, that's kind of a nice idea. So that's where Millennium for All came from, really kind of arose out of this kind of research and stuff I was reading. That was really fun. And it was sort of a calling card for our protests that we did at the library. And that was actually the last performance. The last time I played music live was in February, I guess, of 2020, when we had a big event at the library. And I sang that song with Christine and my friend Scott. And then we had a big sing along, which was really nice. It
Yeah.
was kind of a nice way to nice way to go out if I don't return to it.
Yeah.
And then yeah, so that was really fun. And then trying to think of what happened next. Fantasy Baseball at the End of the World was just kind of like pushed itself out of my brain a little bit. It sort of like demanded to get out, and it was mostly written when I was on dog walks.
Yeah.
So singing to myself. And I feel like it's kind of a nice kind of closing statement maybe for the John K. Samson section of my career.
Sure.
It kind of talks about moving on to something else in a way, and so that's kind of the direction that I'm turning towards.
Tell me a little bit about your fantasy baseball interest. Is that real? Is that like a real thing that
Yeah.
you do? Because my girlfriend is
Uh-huh.
so into fantasy football, and we're always looking at
Oh,
her
yeah.
people, and we're making
Yeah.
trades,
Yeah.
and we're benching people, and we're bringing in new players that other people in her
Mhm.
league have dropped. Tell me a little bit about your interest in that topic.
Sure. So I've been in a fantasy baseball keeper league for at least a dozen years now. It's an interesting league. There are now people who are bringing their league team owners who are bringing their children in.
Yeah.
Like there are now some teenage children who are co-managing teams. I started doing that, and then I brought in Jim Bryson, who
Hmm.
maybe you know. Weaker Thans did a record with Jim, and he's one of my good friends and also a baseball fan. So we started a team together, and then we were really bad at it. We were always last, kind of thing. So then we brought in our Jim's friend Dave Hodge, who's a hockey commentator in Canada, or was. He's retired now. A really interesting guy, and he kind of took over management of our team. So Jim and I are sort of like, we think of ourselves as like sitting in the luxury box watching our team. I got really obsessed by it for a few years there. It was troubling. I got really into like all the fantasy baseball podcasts and like, yeah, like following. And then it kind of just dissipated for me. I was like, my brain couldn't handle it anymore. But I
Yeah.
did find it like a really interesting culture and like a really kind of fascinating thing that we spend so much time on. Like,
Hmm.
like yeah, just thinking about the amount of time I spent on it. So
Yeah.
yeah, and I feel like it's a pretty handy metaphor for some things, maybe. Yeah.
Hmm. I mean, for me, interestingly, like I recently have been processing this in my own real life, the way that I, use media, inhale media, the ways that I have, in the last couple of years, found myself in like Reddit rabbit holes, like on the Buffalo
Oh yeah.
Bills Reddit page. And
Oh,
like
I'm sure.
I'll be reading these like intense analyses of like our cornerback problems and
Hmm.
like who is injured on our defensive line, and everybody arguing and bickering about if the Bills Super Bowl window has closed. And it's
Yeah.
like, and all of a sudden I'll snap out of it and I'll be like, whoa, 90 minutes have gone by and I have now lost time that I will never get back as long as I live.
Hmm. Hmm.
And so it's like To me, your song was so fascinating because it's like, okay, I've lost all this time. And then while I've lost all this time, this like really nefarious and dark
Yeah.
force has bubbled up in society. And it's like,
Yeah.
oh gosh, maybe I should redirect my attention again. You know what I mean?
Maybe. I do feel like there's part of me that wants to say we should be gentle with ourselves in this regard, and that, there's something really soothing about it as well.
Yeah.
Like the fact that, yeah, we can't always be focused on the horrors of the world,
Hmm.
So there's also that. But yeah, it is definitely like it can get a little troubling for sure.
You've got a relatively new release out.
Mm,
You've got a
mm,
couple actually. You've got
mm,
Hold Music with Christine
mm.
Fellows, and you've got the June 1st EP. And June 1st is really cool because, it's that very local aspect, those very
Yeah.
local issues that you write about, where it's like you walk out your front door and the things that are in the song are across the street from you. You know what I mean?
Mm, mm.
And that's what, to me, what that June 1st EP seems to be. Tell me a little bit about your work with Christine Vivat Virtute and Hold Music and what you two have got going on.
Sure. So I guess we started with hold music, and I enjoyed kind of, yeah, we decided we'd do it under the Vivat Virtute banner that we started this store where we were selling crafts, and I got really into weaving a few years back. So we've got this store where we sell Christine's music and my weavings and her collages and stuff. So we were like, yeah, let's do something. And we had all this kind of music stored up. Christine, and to a lesser degree myself, have done the music for this podcast called Heavyweight,
Hmm.
for the last 8 years, I guess.
Sweet.
Yeah, it's with Jonathan Goldstein, who's a friend of ours, and he's always kind of generously asked us to make the music every year, or make some music every year. So we usually spend most August. Christine, I have to say, does most of the work, building like a catalog of music for them to use in their season. And they use a little bit of it. They don't use all of it, right? So we are like, oh, let's do like a release of our favorite little bits and bytes from that kind of 8 years of generating music together for the podcast. And I had one song that I was kind of commissioned to make by a friend here in Winnipeg, called "Do Not Worry," and so we tacked that one on at the end and put it out, and that was really fun. And then just put it on Bandcamp, no other media.
Hmm.
And then June 1st, I had a couple songs. I've been working on that "All My Ex-Boyfriends Are You" song for like 3 or 4 years. I couldn't make it work, and it was one of those ones that I was just poking at forever. And I finally finished that. And then, yeah, so then I wrote two songs for kind of local activist groups. So I've been working with this group of activists from different faith communities in Winnipeg. So it was like pretty much every faith community you can think of.
Hmm.
Members of their congregations came together to kind of respond to the call of the Wet'suwet'en pipeline protest out in BC. They asked people to pressure the Royal Bank of Canada, especially, as the kind of number one funder of fossil fuels in the world now, and a Canadian bank. So we kind of got together from all these different faith communities to try and respond to that call and do some activism in the banks, in branches, and also like outside of branches, and try and pressure RBC. So I wrote this song. I think I just called it RBC or something, but it's to the tune of "Abide with Me," which is an old Christian hymn. I wrote that for them, and we rehearsed it, and then we performed it in front of the bank. And then one bank we shut down for a day, and then another time we had just a big kind of like gathering and speakers and a concert outside. And so we kind of got this ad hoc community singing group together, and I really loved that. So then after that, I decided I'd do like a community songwriting project. So I got together 12 interested people from that group, and we spent a couple Saturdays like writing a song just
Yeah.
specifically for our protests. And that was awesome. I really enjoyed that. Like it was, so we took an old hymn tune, I can't remember which one now, and we just started brainstorming lyrics, and then I would take them away and try and shape them into a song, and then bring them back, and then they would edit them, and then we'd rehearse it, and it was really awesome. It was really fun. I really enjoyed that. So that's where that came from. And then I was at the same time, around that time, I was doing a lot of work or a lot of organizing work with the library folks on the Winnipeg city budget. And just years of doing that really kind of gives you an insight into just how awful it is
Yeah.
and how anti-human and how the priorities of this city, and I think a lot of cities, are so backwards.
Buffalo, New York.
Right. Yeah, I'm
When
sure it's the same, right?
the lyric roads and police and roads
Right.
is this city too. And so
Right.
it totally connected with me as well. I mean,
Oh, I'm glad. Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, that was fun. That was really fun to write. And I wrote that just for kind of like as an inside kind of thing, just for the people that I kept ending up at City Hall with, waiting to do a
Yeah.
budget delegation, and yeah, I love those people. Like they're so amazing. They take all this time out of their days to just show up and try and make things better at City Hall. And so yeah, that was kind of a love song to them. So I put all that together. I was like, those a long story, but those three songs. And then I was like, it was June 1st this year was the 10th anniversary of my quitting drinking.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, maybe I'll put something out to like mark that kind of little feat.
Cool.
So yeah, so that's why I called it June 1st, and I made a little weaving to go along with it for the cover. And it was just really fun. Like I really enjoyed it. I like doing it outside of the kind of industry of music. I like not being on the streamers. I
Hmm.
liked a lot about it. Yeah, so it was fun. It was kind of, I think that's kind of the model. Well, we'll see. I never know if I'm ever going to write a song again, but that's kind of the model that I've been enjoying.
You should write this. You should write the song whenever it hits you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I
Yeah, I
love
feel
it.
like that's kind of my thing now. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, John, amazing. I'm so glad that you're, creating and whenever it hits you, and especially the local aspect as well. Do you just record everything at home? Or are you recording like
Yeah.
in your house?
Christine, so I'm terrible at recording. Christine's really good at it.
Uh-huh.
And I work in the basement where because I have a giant floor loom that only really fits in the basement. So my studio's in the basement. Christine's on the half floor upstairs, and she has a whole studio set up there and uses Pro Tools. And I think we have two nice mics. Maybe it's just one nice mic. Maybe it's two. But anyway, she tracks. My new rule also is that if I can't record all of it in 90 minutes, I'm not going to do it.
Mm.
So that's kind of my thing too, because I realized that when I was writing songs, I was dreading forward, as Christine would call it. I was dreading forward to the recording process. I just got this real like thing in my head where I was like, oh, I hate that part.
Mm.
So I was like, 90 minutes, just focus on it for 90 minutes. And so that's why they sound a little bit rough, and maybe like the guitars aren't always in time, and it's a little bit loosey goosey.
But it's very authentic and organic,
Mm.
and I love listening to it in the house. Like I have the Bandcamp app and I put it on my little speaker with my Bluetooth over there, and
Oh, nice.
it's just lovely. It sounds great coming through too, and it sounds like a real song. Like you can feel as if I close my eyes, like it almost feels like you're sitting on the other side of the living room doing a
Mm.
living room show. You know what I mean?
Nice.
That's
Oh,
what it
I
feels like to
appreciate that.
me.
That's what I'm hoping for. That's great. Thank
Well,
you.
good. Well, John, let's chat about
Mhm.
some other
Mhm.
music. We're gonna take you back in time a little bit.
Okay.
The 30th anniversary of Propagandy's How to Clean Everything passed this year.
Right.
And I'm wondering if you thought about it, if that like anniversary meant anything to you, kind of like
Mhm.
what that record is for you at this stage in your life.
Sure. I didn't really think about it, to be honest. Yeah, I noted it, and that's I noted how long ago that was. That's 30 years. That seems outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or it seems like way longer ago. It's one of those weird understandings of time where you're like, was that last week or was that last century? And it was last century.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so yeah, no, I didn't think about it that much. I think I have like a good something that I think has been good for me as a musician is that I'll like listen to things obsessively as they're being made. And then after like maybe 3 or 4 weeks after they're out, I'll never listen to them again. So I remember some things from the record for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not something that I've heard in, probably 25 years or so. So yeah, that's kind of my thought about it. But I do have definitely some fond memories of that time. Yeah.
Does Fat Records send you vinyl repressings whenever they re-release these records? Like, did you get some of the 2013 20th anniversary reissue with like the expanded track listing and everything like that? Did that stuff come in the mail to you?
Yeah. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Yeah, it's
Awesome.
nice. I give it to friends who are interested. Yeah, they sent a big box of kind of like ones that I gave a whole bunch of them. So I gave those to Chris. They do send them. I have to admit I don't open them. And that's not any offense to the band. I do the same with my own records and
Yeah.
band's records. I just like Christine. I remember Christine told me the story about how she was tree planting in the 90s at some point. She did that for a few years. And one time the person organizing the food in the camp made a mistake with the order, and all they had was bananas and salmon for like 3 weeks. And she was like, so they ate that like 3 times a day. And she can't look at either of those things anymore. And that's kind of a little bit how I feel about like making a record, where you're just like, I feel like an actual allergy to records that I've made in the past. I'm just like, I'm never, yeah. If I hear yeah, Weaker Than song or any song that I was on, I'm just like, oh, yeah.
Well, I have two questions about
Okay,
particular songs on this
sure.
record. I want to know. So I interviewed Conrad Sichler
Oh,
um,
nice.
for the
Conrad.
leg hold trap episode that we did, and he
Oh,
was
okay.
so generous with his time. We talked to him for hours, and then I've actually hung out with Conrad in person a couple times
Oh,
since
beautiful.
I met him through the podcast. And the original song was written for leg hold trap by your band with Conrad, Toothpick Hercules, and Steve.
Oh,
And I'm wondering about your thoughts on the like leg hold trap and because I had a blast talking to Conrad about those years. And I wonder if you have any like thoughts on the leg hold trap by Toothpick Hercules and how it became a propaganda song. Like any memories that stand out about that particular tune.
sure. I didn't recall that it was that both bands played it. That's kind of shows a lack of judgment in both bands, in my opinion. Um, yeah, I mean it's not a good song. I can hear myself kind of trying to write like a Bad Religion song or something. It sounds like someone trying to write a song, as I recall it, the lyrics, like, I don't know, it's like I see it sometimes in writers where you're just like they want to write something. So it's like this kind of word paste that they spread on a structure of a song. I guess like one thing I would say that is like maybe it's a nice way of showing like I probably wrote that song when I was like 16 or 17.
Hmm.
And so maybe it's a nice like signpost for how I learned maybe to write songs a little better while I was in propaganda.
Cool.
Um, so yeah, I would maybe that would be the only thing I would think about it. But
Nice. Okay, so the next one
right.
is related to Showdown. And so the Slips and Tangles version that you put out, acoustic, just as a standalone song,
Yeah.
is something I didn't ever discover until I started doing this podcast. But on an early episode of this podcast, I was pretty hard on Showdown, and I got a lot of like listener grief about
Oh,
my
interesting.
my Showdown opinions,
Hmm.
because like the Greenest Eyes version acoustic is lovely, but then it feels like it was like this like mashed up thing. So I'm a big advocate that they should have always been like left as separate songs. And so I'm wondering if you can weigh in on the debate of me versus the listeners of my own podcast who have gone to
Sure.
war over Showdown over the last 3.5 years.
I'm gonna take a third position and say that that's not a good song either. I'm sorry. Like it's not good. Again, it's kind of like my section of it at least is that kind of word paste of like trying to write. I wish I could describe this better, but like it's when you're trying to write a song and so you make words go together that sound like they mean something, but they actually don't, right?
Mm,
So I think that a lot, this is how we learn how to write things, right? But
yeah.
again, that song written when I was 16 years old is not a good song. I would like, if that was brought to me in a songwriting workshop, I would say you should start over.
Oh my
So,
gosh. I love that. And like whenever I interviewed Jacob Berdovsky for the
oh yeah.
podcast a couple years ago, he was talking about those songwriting workshops that you did, and he just loved it.
Hmm.
He loved showing you things, and we had a really great conversation about those workshops. So that's really
Oh,
cool that you
cool.
bring
Yeah,
those up.
yeah. Yeah, I love doing those. And again, like the community aspect of that is really, really fun. And I do feel like that I could have benefit like one of the reasons I love doing them is that I could have benefited from them so much. Like I could have been prevented from from having songs like Greenest Eyes or Showdown come out. I think when as I recall the like split thing, it was just fun, right? Like it again, like I feel like the context is important. It was Propaganda at the time was really making music for a few hundred people, right? In
Hmm.
Winnipeg. It was about showing something fun at a show, right? Like it
Love
was
it.
like, yeah. So it was like to me, I was always like, oh, that's kind of fun. It was just fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm not I don't find much redeemable in the in the lyrics personally myself. I don't remember Chris's, but mine are yeah, that's again it's like a word paste.
The context thing is really interesting too, because like, my friend who's become a friend, Aaron Carnes, he wrote a book called Ska Sucks in Defense of Ska. And or not Ska Sucks, but In Defense of Ska is the title of the book. And he wrote a section about Ska Sucks where he talks about the contextualized nature of that
Oh
song
yeah,
within
yeah,
the
so specific.
Winnipeg, so
Yeah,
specific. And it was misconstrued in so many ways
right,
about the
right.
meaning of it and like where it was coming from. So it's really awesome that you bring up the context of like we were playing for like this tiny group of people in this one city in this very isolated part of the continent, and this is what it became. So
Yeah.
it's
I
it's
feel
super
like yeah,
important.
that was always my first like when I first listened to Propagandy's tape, Fuck the Scene, that I bought at the skateboard shop for, like $4 or whatever. I was like, that's what I loved about it. Well, aside from the fact that there were real songs and real like great played beautifully and recorded in a really unusual and direct way, that it was really kind of focused on that scene, really. Like, so it
Hmm.
was like broadsides against it, but also encouragements of community and a real just like real fun. Like it was fun. Yeah.
Nice. Well, let's chat a little bit about Let's Talk More Rock. Um,
Mm.
the 25th anniversary of that one just passed. And something that's really cool about this is I went to Winnipeg in 2021 for those
Oh,
three propaganda shows at Park Theater that they did over the Thanksgiving weekend.
nice.
And when I was there, obviously Chris and Todd and Jordan Sulin knew about the podcast, and Chris gave me a copy of the 25th anniversary reissue as a gift, which was
Mm.
so nice of him to do.
Mm.
And I'm curious about what this release means to you, because to me this is like it's been stated on this podcast many times as being the most important propaganda record because of how the ideas were so specific and it was laid out on the cover and how it was kind of visionary and ahead of its time with regards to many issues that we're still dealing with in society today. And so I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this one as a whole piece, looking back 2.5 decades later.
Wow. Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of good memories about some of those songs, especially. I loved playing Nation States was really fun to play.
Mm-hmm.
Preteen McCarthyist was really fun. Yeah, I don't know that I really have a lot to say about it, but it was an interesting record to make. We went to San Francisco. I certainly learned a lot about the process of making a record. Um, the first record was recorded really fast, and the Less Talk More Rock was a more kind of labored process.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think I really learned a lot from that whole process, definitely.
Nice.
Yeah.
A song that really stands out to me on that record with regards to your songwriting is Gifts, because
Mm.
Gifts never goes on to become a Weaker Than song.
Mhm.
Like Anchorless did, Letter of Resignation went on to become a Weaker Than song. So those other songs got kind of like the the um the new updated treatment, but
Right.
Gifts never does. But I have a theory that you actually really like Gifts because you continued to play it acoustic, and
Mm.
your acoustic version, there's a video of you playing it online where it's like, this is a propaganda song, and then you go into it acoustic and or
Mm.
maybe with your electric guitar, but clean on a clean guitar.
Right.
And it's just so lovely.
Mm.
And to me, I was like, this is what Gifts is supposed to be. So tell me a little bit about your thoughts on Gifts, because your
Sure.
updated version that you've done live is my favorite version that
Mm.
I've heard.
Mhm. Mhm. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I feel like that song was a bit of a turning point for me. That it's a little bit better than the other songs that I'd written up until that point. I think it has some nice moments, and yeah, I still have the impulse to like every once in a while think about it. So that's a good sign, I guess, for a song. Uh, I wrote it, I think, when I was working the 7-Eleven night shift, I think, at the time. Pretty dreary time. I think it kind of captures that feeling of like waking up in the middle of the day and just like wondering what you're doing with your life.
Hmm.
Um, my brain goes to it sometimes. So I think that that's a good sign of the song. Yeah.
Have you ever put it to tape
No,
beyond
I
performing it
haven't.
live?
No. I feel like it'll just exist in the air. That's kind of best. Like that's I should have done that. I think one of my regrets is that I re-recorded Anchorless and to a certain degree Letter of Resignation
Interesting.
um, for Weaker Than songs. I felt like that was just a sign that I was insecure about the rest of the songs, and that I felt I needed the padding and the like support of those songs that I'd already established with other people.
Hmm.
Um, it would have been better if I hadn't bothered. Like Anchorless, again, not a good song, but it's like I think the second verse that I added for the Weaker Thans makes it a little bit better, but also the urgency is kind of lost, and I don't know, yeah. So I feel like with Gifts, I resisted the urge to make it to double up on it a little bit, and
Hmm.
I'm glad I did because yeah, I think it exists. It's not a bad song. Um, it's not great, but it's it'll do. You know.
It's my favorite of your songs in
Wow.
that early era.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
a
think
big
me
Gifts
too. I think
proponent.
I think I would say that too.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Um, on the Anchorless episode that I did for the podcast, I actually had Lauren Denizio from Warriors
Mm.
on, and
Oh,
Lauren
wow.
was just like so overjoyed to tell stories about touring with you and touring with the Weaker Thans, and so and it was just a lovely time to hang out.
Yeah, they're great. They're beautiful songwriter, and I'm really glad that we kind of found each other, kind of kindred we're kind of kindred writers, I feel like, in a lot of ways. Yeah. Oh, that's lovely. Maybe I'll listen to that. I do love their new record's wonderful. So yeah, getting to meet people like that has been a real joy for me too, is like meeting younger songwriters and learning from them, and getting to watch them play. And yeah, it's been good. Yeah, that was Winter Wheat they came out with.
Oh,
The
right. It was a
Winter Wheat.
solo tour for you,
Yeah,
right, with
yeah,
Winter
it
Wheat.
was. But it was with Greg and Jason and Christine. So yeah, it was a full band. And yeah.
Awesome. John, what do you most positively associate with your like memories of like working with Propagandy?
I just learned a lot, right? Like I learned how to drive a van, and I learned how to sleep in a van. I learned how to write songs a little better. I learned just the kind of structure of Chris's songs really imprinted on me. The way the economy of language, the idea that you have a certain amount of space to say something and you should use it all and kind of leave it all out there. And yeah, that kind of idea that choruses are not that important.
Mm-hmm.
And what else? I mean, yeah, I have nothing bad to say. I mean, I also can't underestimate the material support they gave me. So after I left Propagandy, I received royalties from those first two records, and at that time, that was a serious amount of money. So it paid for. I didn't have to get a job. I was able to do a whole bunch of things I wanted to do. And then
Mm-hmm.
I was able to start the weaker thans, and I was able to pay for a practice space, to buy our first van, to take a loss on the first tours, and they paid for the recording and pressing of our first two records, right? So I don't know where I would be without them, really. So yeah, I mean, those are all like really important things to me.
So I have a question. Can I ask if being in the band in the mid 90s and
Mm.
playing live was scary? Because I've like heard recordings and I'm just like, I would be such a chicken in this
Right.
situation. And I'm just like, were these guys like just so brave or like, because it sounds so scary to me, a lot of the experiences.
Yeah. I mean, my memories are pretty dim, but I feel like, yeah, there were some scary moments for sure there were. Now that I think about it, yeah, it was pretty intense at times, fractious and like really like confrontational. Part of that were the audiences too, right? Like there was a real kind of confrontational edge to some of the audience. Yeah, and that's certainly not my natural inclination, right?
Yeah.
I would prefer it if everyone liked me.
Yeah.
That's my great, great weaknesses that I think a lot of people share. There was also something about being part of a band that didn't think that way that was valuable to me, and pushed me to places that I think I'm glad that I went to. But sure, yeah, it was scary.
Amazing.
And I was not cut out for it, obviously. Like as a
It wouldn't be
player,
for me. I couldn't do it
yeah,
either.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But like as a player, like Chris and Jord are exceptional musicians, and it's not, and I'm not like I'm just not musically that. I mean, I'm sounding like I'm talking down on myself, but it's just a fact. Like I'm not. It's not the kind of technical prowess I don't have, right? So it's kind of I didn't fit in a whole bunch of ways, right? Yeah, like in a multitude of ways, and that's interesting too. Like that's like I feel like maybe that happens less often now. Is like at the time it was like I was the only bass player who tried out, right? Like
Hmm.
I was their only option, really. And the tryout was just like, okay, yeah, you learned those songs, so let's play some shows. I don't think that that would happen now. I think
Mm-mm.
like that weird combination of personalities maybe wouldn't be a thing anymore. So I thought it was good for a little while. It was interesting.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That rocks. John, where can people, find your work
Mm,
if they want to like get in touch and like see what you're doing because you've
sure.
got so much cool stuff going on creatively. Tell people where to kind of direct their attention if they're curious.
Sure. So there's the Vivat Virtute Bandcamp,
Mm-hmm.
and there's vivatvirtute.com. You might need to put a big cartel in there somewhere.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. So that's vivatvirtute.com or vivatvirtute.bigcartel.com has weavings that I've made and Christine's music and links to some other stuff. So that's it's been fun to have a little, we call it the family store, and it's just it's a nice little project.
Yeah, I bought Roses on the Vine off your
Oh,
store.
excellent. Yeah,
Um,
that's right. That's right.
During the pandemic, I was like
Nice.
just getting records left and right. What do you like about stuff we all get and Roses on the Vine? Because Christine's work
Mm,
is so cool, and I've never
yeah,
heard anything like it besides her. It's
right.
so original. It's such an original voice. And I
Hmm.
just love it. What do you think about those records?
I love those records. Yeah, they're my favorites. I really like, I get to hear them emerge from the upstairs. I'm in the basement, but I can hear it. Uh, and especially stuff we all get really emerged throughout the pandemic. So it was like I heard every minute of the growth of that record. And yeah, Christine is my favorite writer and my primary editor, and I think she's a wonderful writer. So I'm really grateful for those records, and I think they sound really cool. It's always great to hear Jason Tate play. I think
Yes.
Christine and Jason have this really super interesting musical relationship. I think they're really like meant for each other in a way,
Nice.
and they work really well together. Yeah, I love those records for sure.
He's doing stuff too, I love his
Mm,
work on Jacob's record as well. And
yeah.
Jason seems like he's out there really working hard and playing a lot too.
Yeah, he's been working on a solo record. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to say it, but anyway, he's been working on
Fun.
his own stuff, and it sounds incredible.
Amazing.
You're gonna love it. So yeah, he's always making great things in his garage.
Well, John Samson Fellows, what an absolute pleasure and a thrill to chat with you. I love hanging out and having fun and hearing stories, and it just means so much to me that we got to have this opportunity to chat for a bit. Thank you so much for joining me for Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
I really enjoyed that. Thank you, Greg.
You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda, but for this episode is about the band Agassiz. Agassiz is an instrumental trio consisting of Derek Hogue on drums, Ryan Nash on bass, and David Guillas on guitar. David and Ryan are here on the podcast to do a track-by-track breakdown of Agassiz's new record, Pulse 1D. The record was engineered and mastered at Private Ear in Winnipeg with past guest of the podcast J.P. Peters, and it was mixed by Chris Hanna. Obviously, David was in propaganda for many years and played on the supporting cast in Failed States LPs. This is Ryan's third time on the podcast after appearing on the This Might Be Satire and Panorama episodes. And for those who don't know, Derek Hogue worked at G7 Welcoming Committee, co-hosted Escape Velocity Radio with Chris Hanna, and also drummed in the Winnipeg band Silence Equals, who appeared on the 1995 7-inch compilation Systematic Destruction, which featured I Spy, Malfaction, and Propaganda. This is a wonderful treat to feature this track-by-track breakdown with Ryan and David from Agassiz, so please enjoy our conversation. Ryan Nash and David Guillas, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about, well, for today, Agassiz, but usually about propaganda. But it's great to have you both here, so thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks for having us.
So glad you guys are here. Ryan, you've been here a couple times on the podcast in the past, once talking about Agassiz and Chris Hanna's cover of Panorama by Voivod, and another talking about This Might Be Satire from How to Clean Everything. And I'm delighted to welcome you back for the third time. But Ryan, why don't you go ahead and tell listeners out there who you are and what you do, just so they have a little reminder.
Yeah, I'm playing bass in Agassiz, and happy to be back for. Is this really the third time?
Third time.
Wow, I'm becoming a podcast expert here.
It's wonderful. It's so great. And Dave, how about you? Go ahead and remind the listeners out there who you are.
Yeah, I'm David. Friends call me Beeve. I play guitar in Agassiz. You have a balloon floating behind you. I love it.
I do, yeah. So my cats absolutely love helium balloons, and so I just like put a couple of helium balloons in random spots around my house. So because they use the string as toys whenever I'm like not home and stuff. So if you see a cat attacking that helium balloon, like they're playing with the string behind us, and it's just extremely entertaining. So I hope you guys get to see it because
that's a really good idea. I might have to borrow that idea. I just got a new cat actually.
Get a helium balloon because the string that attaches to the balloon, they fray it over time. You can see it.
There they go. Yeah.
She loves it. So that's Eleanor back there, and she loves the helium balloon, and she just like plays with the little thread, and the thread is pretty durable, even with their little claws. So definitely try out the helium balloon trick. It's a good time. All right. So you are both here because, as you both said, you're in Agassiz, Beeve on guitar, Ryan on bass, and you have a brand new record out called Pulse 1D, which came out a few weeks ago. Less than a month ago, as of this recording in January 2024. It came out on December 8th, 2023. And I just wanted to congratulate you both on the release of this fantastic record. I've been enjoying it tremendously, and quite a few of my friends on the Propaganda podcast Discord that I run have also been enjoying it. And there have been wonderful comments in relation to the record on Chris Hanna's Patreon, because he was involved. So I'm super pumped to talk about this. And I kind of want to know about the origin of the record to begin with. I'm not really sure what your writing process is like as a band. And Beeve, I'm wondering if you maybe want to start this one, but tell me a little bit about the origin of this record and kind of how the riffs and the songs started coming together.
I suppose the origin is the same as with all of our releases. Just we get together in the jam space. We jam once a week-ish. Kind of work the songs out. For this release, maybe Ryan's memory is better, but this is going back like 2 years. We've been working on some of these songs. So some of the songs feel really old actually, because we've been working on them for so long. But that's just basically it. I'll bring in a riff or a series of riffs, and then the three of us work on them over time, and that's it. It's not rocket science.
A lot of the stuff kind of starts with Dave will send us a riff or something on his phone or on our phones, and he'll often sort of just like make up like a little bit of a demo track for like a riff or a couple of riffs that go together. Then me and Derek will kind of like try to figure out how to play it, which usually is easier said than done. Yeah, and then we'll just get together in the practice space and just feed off each other, just kind of work on stuff till we're happy with it.
Would you say this is one of a pretty organic band? Like Dave, you don't bring full compositions to the band. It's kind of like an idea here, an idea there, and then you guys like organically bring it together. Is that kind of how the band tends to operate more?
Yeah, although the way I work at home, I tend to want to just like, I have this kind of compulsion to want to do as much as I can because I just really enjoy that kind of process. Mm-hmm. So sometimes I'll bring a string of riffs that's kind of like almost like a song, but I'm never married to it. There's always like back and forth. And so there's been some songs that have been like that. Others might just be a riff or two, and then three of us together will kind of work things out.
So Ryan, you mentioned Derek as the rhythm section, you and Derek Hogue. It's a really special bond the two of you seem to have in this band and on this record. Like you two really shine together as a rhythm section. When Beef sends riffs to you guys, like what is the relationship like with you and Derek as far as like figuring out your ends in the rhythm?
It's usually just time and just trying to be creative. Like oftentimes I'll just kind of like, it depends. Like sometimes, you know, the riffs will come with like a sort of like some sort of a drum beat in the background. Like I think Dave's kind of coming up with stuff and he's got an idea of kind of, okay, he's hearing something in his head. And, but it's funny how much it changes, you know what I mean? Like he'll send the drum beats and, I just write stuff to it sitting on my couch. Oftentimes, you know, just sitting in my sunroom with the cat and the bass and my phone and trying to come up with an idea. I don't know. I feel like on this one I was trying more to I'm trying to be more of a bass player these days is what I'm trying to say. You know, because I come from the guitar realm. So I'm always trying to kind of like scrutinize what I'm doing and being like, okay, is this a bass line? Is this a guitar line? You know? Yeah, me and Derek, I don't know. We just kind of do our thing, and it all seems to fall into place. We try. We don't really talk about it too much. We don't really like think about it too much beforehand until we're kind of in the thick of writing the song, and then we just kind of play it, record it in the jam spot, think about it. Yeah, Derek's a really easy drummer to play with, so it's not. I don't really have to think too much about what we're doing. It just kind of happens, you know.
And maybe I'll add to that. I think there's a trust that over time, like Ryan mentioned, over time there's a trust that things will be worked out, things will be ironed out. Like there's not an immediate need to like hammer something into shape right off the bat.
Yeah.
Also, as an observer of the rhythm section in the room there, seeing Ryan and Derek work together, what I notice is so Ryan as a player is, I find, super free. Just things kind of come. Like Ryan, you kind of just come up with things on the spot, and then we'll play through a song again, and just other things come, and you're just constantly playing like that and flowing in a way that I think I'm too uptight to allow myself to go there, but I appreciate that about you. And then Derek's really good at just hearing the big picture. And every once in a while you can tell he's thinking, and then every once in a while he'll chime in with a thought about how you guys can coordinate, or how maybe we need to just ditch a guitar part or whatever it is. So I think that's kind of part of the mix, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Derek's definitely like the it's funny because in my other band Agapito that I was in, which is no longer, but our drummer was always, we used to joke that he was the arranger. So it's like we'd come up with all these riffs, and then our drummer Mike would be like, you know, no, we got to put this one here and this and there. And it's like I feel like there's like an element of that. Like Derek he's very big picture. Like whenever we're writing songs, like we'll get like a couple of months into it, and then like Derek will be like, we got to scrap this whole song and we got to start again or something like that.
It's not working. Or this whole last half isn't working, so let's just rethink it.
He's like the brains behind the operation in some ways, you know what I mean? Like he's like I feel like the buck stops with Derek in some regards. You know?
Have you guys scrapped a lot of songs over like the last 4 or 5 years?
No, I don't think so. Maybe a couple.
Nice.
More so parts, maybe like sections and parts of songs, certainly.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, because what I was thinking about is like the way that a song you can have different parts that you're playing together, and then you realize in real time that like one part is not working, so then you kind of remove it, but then it gets repurposed later on in a different song. Like I feel like bands are constantly moving those puzzle pieces around where they're trying to make two parts work together, but then they realize it isn't working, so they replace one of the parts, but then they repurpose the other one in a totally different song, and it winds up being exactly what it was always meant to be. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I
We've definitely done that. We've definitely put some stuff on the shelf, and then we'll come back to it months later. You know?
Nice. Yeah. Were these songs on this new record, were they 100% done before you went into the studio to make it completely done? Like, did you have really solid demos in like totally taken shape before you went to the studio and committed that all to the record?
Well, yeah, actually, this was the first record that we demoed beforehand. usually we just kind of do like iPhone recordings and stuff like that. But this one we actually came over to my place and demoed it in my basement and like kind of did like a version of the record before we went into the studio. Yeah, mostly no, we don't do. We're kind of pressed for time usually when we go into the studio. Like we usually only get we kind of book a few days in a row, so it's usually only a couple of days. So we're trying to kind of like get in there, get it recorded. There was I think maybe this one more so than some of the other ones. There was a lot more experimentation in the studio and kind of like adding stuff. Like Dave was adding a lot of like acoustic guitar parts. We had a piano.
Yes, I noticed that.
Yeah. So
Nice.
like a lot of that stuff was. I mean, I'm sure Dave, maybe you can talk more about that. But like it was kind of planned out in advance. But a lot of it really kind of came together in the studio. So that was the first I had even heard a lot of those parts. So it was
like you said, when we go to the studio, we're always just there for 2 days. And so it's kind of, we have to be ready. The songs have to be done. And then, but this time I think we were pretty ambitious. At least I was with the guitar overdubs. I selfishly wanted a double track. And then like Ryan said, there was even a triple track. Like if there's a couple songs have an acoustic guitar in there and another song has a third guitar up the middle, that kind of stuff. So
the ongoing thing I think with us is like, how do we record our band?
Yeah.
You know, like it's a 3-piece. We kind of do everything live off the floor. And like I think on our first record, it was mostly just it was just like guitar based drums. There was no like real extra guitar parts or anything added in. And then I feel like as we've kind of made more records, you know, the desire is there to just kind of like make it more of a record, you know. So there's, you know, second guitar parts coming into play, acoustic guitar parts, you know, that kind of stuff. And yeah, it's weird because when you're only a 3-piece, right? So it's like then when you get into the studio, it's like now all of a sudden you can have like 10 arms if you want to. You can add as much stuff as you want. You don't want to go overkill because we still think about playing it live, you know. But yeah, I really like where the music has gone in terms of like adding a second guitar part. This acoustic stuff was awesome for me.
Nice.
One record we did some synth stuff on it.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Ryan,
what was your gear rundown for the studio?
Gear rundown. What did I use? I had actually I simplified the previous record. I used a Galen Kruger. It's not even my bass amp. That's how dedicated I am to playing bass. I don't even own a bass amp. It's I think it's a 400 RB. It's called. It's a solid state bass amp. And last album I kind of split. I did like the solid state amp and an old Marshall guitar head.
Mm-hmm.
But this one I kind of just pared it down. I liked a cleaner sound on this record, so it was just the 400 RB. I think that's what it's called. I'm probably gonna check afterwards and realize that I'm totally. But I just play a P bass, and I think that we went through maybe a Mesa 412 guitar cab and a Ampeg 15-inch speaker.
Sweet.
And I don't really use a lot of pedals or anything. I kind of leave that up to Dave. So,
well, Dave, tell me. Dave, tell me a little bit about your gear rundown.
First of all, I've never been called Dave this much since I was in high school.
Sorry,
I've
Dave.
I decided that I'm going to start calling you Dave. If that's okay with you, Dave.
It's like, who are you talking to me? So for the one guitar, the guitar I used to kind of play live off the floor. It's my 7-string that I built. And then that's through my Marshall 800 and just some pedals, a bunch of pedals. And then for the second guitar track on the other side, same guitar, but I went through my Garnet. Oh, I forget what kind of Garnet I have.
Isn't it a Pro 200 or something?
Something like that. I forget. It's heavily modded. It's almost like not even a original Garnet anymore. It's been so heavily like refinished or whatever. Just to get a slightly different tone. I also use my guitar that I built that has a Bigsby and P90 pickups, just in songs where I kind of wanted that flavor.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically it.
Do you guys know what Derek was playing through for the drums?
I think he used a Vistalite kit.
I don't know.
Parts, was it? Oh no, maybe it was an old Oh no, you know what? It was an old Ludwig kit that belonged to the studio. I remember because it's actually the same drum kit my uncle has. It's like it looks like the old Ringo Starr kit. It's got like the I forget what that
Nice.
finish is called. It's something like clamshell or something like that.
David, do you have any fun stories of working with JP on this particular record?
I just really enjoy working with JP. It's been a number of times now that I've worked with him, and he's just his attitude. He's such a positive guy, but just knows his stuff, and he's so efficient in the studio, and comes from the same kind of scene that we all come from. We've known him for a long time.
Decades, right?
Yeah, decades. So it's just a nice experience. I can't imagine ever recording with someone else. And his setup that he's got at Private Ear Recordings is it's a nice place, and he makes killer coffee.
Nice. Ryan, what about you?
Yeah, I love recording with JP. It's awesome. Just generally speaking, like the studio that we record at Private Ear, it's just, for me, it's like going back to like my first bands. I think maybe not my first band, because I don't think we actually recorded in a studio because we were a bunch of 14-year-old kids. But yeah, I've been recording. I always remark, because there's a console there, that it's like, I think I recorded my first real record on that console back in like 2000, and it might have been 2000, it might have been 99 even. This old Neotech console. But so yeah, it's always cool going there. And I think it's just one of those things now. We've done so many recordings with him that it's like, it's kind of like when you see an old buddy for the first time in a long time. It's like you just kind of like, boom, you just fall right back into it. It's like, you just came back from like hanging out with them last week or something.
Yeah.
It's like we just it's very comfortable,
Nice.
and which is awesome, because we don't spend a ton of time in the studio, so it's nice to have a place that you're comfy with, so you can go there and just kind of like jump right into it and feel good about what you're doing.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who addressed this question to, but I was looking at the artwork for the record earlier, and I absolutely love the cover art. And I'm wondering if you guys can maybe tell me a little bit about like what the cover art for this record kind of symbolizes to you, and kind of why this artwork was chosen.
I think Derek's always the one. He's sort of our guy for the visuals, usually for song titles too. And I'm not sure where he finds these images. He's for all of our records. And this one, I believe, is a satellite image of the Mackenzie River Delta, like up in Northwest Territories, I think. And I think we just, well, for me anyways, because our previous ones, everything's got kind of like a glacial theme, or like a geologic sort of thing going on. And this one, and then the other ones previously were more sort of cool in their vibe, like tones, like blues, and it's just really kind of icy. And this one was green, which I thought, just for me, it just felt like, well, it's a bit of a shift. It's kind of more implying growth instead of like frozen death.
Oh, interesting.
That's a good analogy there. I like that.
I love it. Well, let's get into the tracks a little bit. So we've got this opening track, Greenway Chorus. Which it just starts you. It's just a pummeling starter. It's booming. It's got a heavy riff. It's nice, and like it's got this like slow trudging tempo. And then it like picks up speed a little bit. It's got this lovely mid-tempo feel that kind of reminds me of bands like Sam I Am and Hot Water Music a little bit at times. So Dave, tell me a little bit about what you enjoy about this opening track.
Yeah, when I was working on the riffs for that song and thinking about my guitar contribution to that song, I was actually listening to a lot of Sugar at the time. And I was kind of inspired by Bob Mould's guitar sound. First of all, it's so thick and mid-rangey and distorted, but also just he's such a melodic writer. And so, I mean, I don't think that Greenway Chorus ended up sounding anything like Sugar, but that was kind of like in the background for me, what was sort of influencing me. And for me, the highlight of that song is the end. It was, as often happens, we had a different ending for that song, and then Derek was just like, yeah, it's not working. What can we do here? And usually the way I write is I just want to go home and be alone and come up with something. Mm-hmm. I'm not really good on the spot, but we actually just on the spot right then and there started jamming and came up with the riff. And Ryan is kind of messing around and, in his free style way that he often has. And then I don't know if you remember, Ryan, but so in that last part, you ended up hitting a bass note that's kind of not part of the same chord as what I'm playing. And it just this like, it just adds, it makes that, because I'm just playing a basic power chord there, but then you add like a different root or whatever, and it just creates this really lush, big, and that for me, that's just the highlight of that song. I love that moment, and it all happened in the moment. It wasn't there was no thought involved. We were just kind of playing around together, and I'd love to do more of that in the future, right, like that, where it's just like what can happen in the moment.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite songs, I think, that we wrote on this record, and it was partly that, like, it was like, it just kind of came together. I don't remember what it was. Yeah, we kind of, you're right, we jammed on it a few times. We weren't happy with the ending, and we were just kind of like feeding off the riff and each other, I think, and we just came up with that in the spot. Yeah
It's just, I just remember the feeling, just like, oh my god, like we're onto something here. And it's just,
I remember that. I remember
so good.
I remember you being like, you're like, whatever you just played right there, just record that. I remember I recorded it on my phone, like instantly. I'm like, okay, I don't want to forget that. Yeah, it was cool. It was, you're right. It was kind of like a weird counterpoint thing.
Yeah.
I like writing that way too. Yeah, like where it's like you almost have like half the book is written, but there's like this little bit that where you have to just kind of like be free in the moment and just kind of like let the song. I don't know. For me, I'm kind of I write a lot of stuff, and maybe that's one of the reasons why this band works so well. But I find like sometimes we just put the three of us in a room together, and for whatever reason, we just we come up with stuff that I'm so happy with, which is rare for me in a band situation. I find because I'm very much like you were saying there, Dave, where it's like I like to get an idea and then I kind of go home and develop it on my own usually.
Yeah.
But for some reason with the three of us, like oftentimes I'll come up with ideas for bass parts anyway. And it's like, I'm almost more inclined to just wait till I'm with you guys and then try to come up with something there. Yeah.
That's such a cool, spontaneous feel though. It's a pretty special vibe.
Yeah. And it's nice we have it documented now too. That's the joy of making a record is it's a snapshot or a documentation of this moment that we shared together.
Well, and that's why I love recording conversations like this about songs and about records, because it, gets the people to talking about the specific moments that really stand out for them in the creative process. Like, that's why I love having conversations like this.
Nice.
Yeah, and it's funny because this is stuff that I never think about this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Until after,
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's chat about. Oh, do you guys know what the title means? Does the title have any particular significance? I know you said Derek names the songs, which I'm like, oh darn it! Now I'm feeling the void of Derek's absence even more.
I was thinking about this. Sorry, to jump in. I wondered if you might ask about the titles, and I think Derek might agree with me here that maybe we won't talk about where we got the title names from, because I feel like the title names are almost like an invitation and maybe like a sort of a guidance into the song. But I think if we explain where they come from or what they mean, it might just kind of let's let the music kind of do its thing and
don't spoil the mystery. Huh?
Yeah.
Love it. Totally fine with me. Let's go to track 2. It's called can one of you guys pronounce this for me? Is it Dwindling Secula?
Or Secula?
Secula. Okay, cool. Okay, so Ryan, let's start with you this time. Tell me a little bit about what you love about Dwindling Secula as a tune on this record.
Well, it's funny, all the songs for me, in a way, it's almost like one, every batch of songs is almost like one big song to me.
Mm-hmm.
Even though they get written over a period of, quite some time or whatever. But I don't know. It's hard for me to pick out what each individual song means to me. It's almost like I come up with there's my parts and then there's the song as a whole. It's hard to pin it down.
It's almost like a 27-minute long song, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The whole thing, and a lot of this, writing this record, like 2023 was a weird year for me, you know?
Mm.
Like my mom had a heart attack and I had to put my cat down who was 19. So I was in kind of this weird headspace a lot of times. And I always find that really interesting because with the way that like Dave writes the songs, I'm sure he's got something else going on in his head, you know? And there's like an element of, you know, like me doing my own thing and like my parts maybe reflect that, I guess, in a way. But it's hard to, it's hard to go back and think about the headspace that I was in when I wrote some of those parts. But I just know that every one of these songs, and it's funny because Dave was sending me some new riffs yesterday, and it's like
no rest.
Every time he sends me riffs, I'm like, this is the best riff I've ever heard. I love this song. Like the demos, I love the demos. I almost want to like release some of those demos.
You should.
Like, I love these little demos. Like he just makes these really great little demos of the riffs or whatever.
I mean, I think you guys should release the demos because I'm a completist and I want to hear them. So that's just me. You can release it for an audience of one.
I have a feeling they will never get. I have a feeling they will never get released.
That's fine.
You never know.
I have a feeling too.
Yeah, Dave. What do you like about Dwindling Sacula?
It was a really awesome moment in that song for me. I was getting close to about 2 minutes in. I'm doing just kind of like an arpeggio, nothing special on its own there, kind of like a climbing arpeggio thing. And Ryan and Derek start out kind of in like a supporting role, just sort of rhythmic. But then Ryan, partway through, starts meandering on his bass, kind of up, and just takes over the melody. And it's just so beautiful to me. I listen to it and I can't even imagine how.
That was another one we did it just in the jam spot, I think.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. But you had mentioned how, like, you know, what you go through kind of influences what you create. And I thought that was really well said. You know, you had a tough year and that kind of impacted, because that part you added up high in the bass is just so sad and beautiful. And I just, every time I listen to it, it's just, I love it.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So, I mean, to me, honestly, the bass is what stands out the most for me as a listener for this song and huge parts of it, because it's got this like bass riff that's like super chunky and like reminds me of like Quicksand records and stuff like that. And it's like really upfront and almost feels like the lead instrument because it's like driving that riff while Dave kind of fills in the spaces off in the distance, almost it feels like. But then the middle of the song has this just fantastic drumming, super driving tempo. It's got this great buildup, and then it drops in at like 2:30, and then it hits super hard, like 2 minutes and 50 seconds into the song. And for me, knowing you guys, and having seen like Ryan, I've never seen you live, but you know, we've met in person. So like I have this like personal thing where I can like picture you in real life. And I was just like, in this moment from the 250 in the song, when you guys really start going hard on this tune, I was just envisioning watching you guys play this live. And it was just like this really cool experience of having the music wash over me, but also kind of knowing you guys and have like imagining seeing this part of the song live. And like, I really would love to see this one. I feel like it would be such an awesome live journey as a tune.
Yeah. I think, do I use some, I use some effects in this one, don't I?
That where you're using your wah in the middle section, and that's when I'm kind of oscillating on the delay pedal.
Yeah, that's me trying to keep up with you on the pedal front. Like I gotta do something. I can't just be playing clean bass all the
time. Okay, so let's chat about the next one. We've got this little interlude song, "Small White Sun."
Oh, I love this one.
It's more of like it's kind of like an intro to a transition to Infinite Vault than like a song, but I would love to know about like kind of what I'm hearing. So, Dave, tell me a little bit about what we're hearing with Small White Sun.
Yeah, I did that at home, so that wasn't done in the studio. And the intention was it would be sort of a companion to the next song, Infinite Vault. So I think I was just really enjoying the vibe of Infinite Vault, how we kind of just settle into this almost droney, just like we're not in a hurry to get anywhere with that song. And it just felt like I wanted more of that. So I just messed around at home with some of the chords that are in Infinite Vault, just kind of playing around with volume swells and running through my pedal board with different like delay effects and whatnot. And I just recorded that at home, and that's just what we kept. The other Brian and Derek were generous enough to want to include it with the other batch of songs.
How did you record it? Like, what software did you use? Do you remember?
I just do GarageBand.
Man, that's great. I love
We're
that.
DIY. We're DIY.
Yeah.
For
me,
it has so much power too.
And for me, GarageBand is kind of like an extension of like when I first started back in the 90s, was when I got my hands on a little 4-track recorder. Oh my God, that thing like saved my life. I could not. I just loved it so much. Ryan, you probably have a similar story. And then that upgraded. Yep. At one point, I ended up getting like a digital 8-track. But like,
is that the one you still have now?
No, that one I bought a cassette 4-track. No, I bought that like 10 years ago or so.
Oh.
But I just kind of love that. And it's digital, of course, but it's just like I didn't go out and buy any special software. It's just like what you get when you get a Mac.
Yeah.
And it's kind of an extension of that for me. Like, why do I have to go out there and spend all this money? Like, what can I do with what I have? You know?
Dude, I've made 500 podcast episodes on GarageBand.
Yeah.
It's not an exaggeration, 500 over the last like 7 years. And I've never moved on because it just does exactly what I need it to do. You know what I mean? And it's like work smarter, not harder.
Exactly.
Ryan, tell me a little bit about your thoughts on Small White Sun.
It's another one of those things where I'll just get I'll get like a text, and they'll be like, hey, what about this? And there'll just be this guitar track in there that I'm just like, I just sit in my sunroom and I listen to it, and my brain just melts. I love the idea of on instrumental records specifically. I think I love the idea of like little interludes and like little vibes and little moods that you can kind of pop in there. Yeah, I just it's very much like a mood setting thing for me. It's just like a really cool creative guitar riff that just like it puts me in a dream state almost.
Yeah. It's really funny because I've listened to this record several times, like when I've been like running or something. So I'm not like looking at the track listings, and I did not realize this was a standalone track until yesterday. So I was like writing all these notes that I was gonna like wanted to ask you guys about, and I was like, oh, what do they think about the performance of Small White Sun? And I was like, oh, wait a minute, today it's like I had this realization like, oh, this is totally something separate. Okay. So that was my little realization that this isn't that this is like a standalone little piece and not like the outro of Dwindling Secula, which is what I thought it was originally. All right, it's a nice little reprieve. It's a nice little reprieve from the pummeling riffs from some of the other stuff. All right, so Ryan, I want to hear your thoughts on the next track, Infinite Vault. Tell me some of your, favorite memories or thoughts about this one.
Every time we play this song, I think about the infinite, or like the, isn't there like there's like a seed vault somewhere where they keep all the seeds?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's enough.
I don't think that's what yeah. Like I don't think that really has much to do with the song or anything. But for some reason, that's the mental picture that I get whenever I play this song. I just think about like the end of the world. They're cracking into this like seed vault because we fucked it all up. That's my vibe. I feel like there's with almost like with all of our songs, there's like a sense of like not like dread or like, but this is like this feeling that you're just kind of like watching the collapse of everything, and that those vibes are strong on this song for me.
Nice. David, what about you? Tell me a little bit some of your favorite thoughts about Infinite Vault that spring to mind.
Like Ryan's, I feel the same as Ryan. There's kind of like, I think it's just a matter of our day-to-day lives, just this feeling of impending doom. So, that's going to, of course, come across in how we write and create. But I think there's also like a real effort. I mean, for example, the last song is called Ball Work Against Time and Despair.
Mm-hmm.
And so thinking about that, because I think, I mean, that title is self-explanatory to a degree.
Yeah.
You don't want to just live in doom and apocalypse thinking all the time, because that's not going to get us anywhere. And plus, I wouldn't mind having a decent life while I'm here.
Right.
Yeah.
So like, you're also kind of grasping for the beauty that's there. And so I wrote about this, but Infinite Vault, Derek actually suggested that we think of, when we were writing the song, think of it as a walk through a meadow and make sure we don't ever leave the meadow. And so for me, that's what I imagine. Like, maybe we're surrounded, like there's dark clouds everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like there's like Mordor is over there somewhere, but for now we're walking through this meadow, and nothing else matters.
Yeah, that resonates too, because I was enjoying the lighter, almost like a playful, delicate tone and feeling to this song. So that kind of rings true for me too as a listener. It's just it's very pretty as well. It's like some of your prettiest stuff in my view is this tune.
Mhm.
Nice.
I'll take pretty.
What, Ryan?
I said I'll take pretty. I like a pretty song.
Absolutely. Who doesn't love a pretty song once in a while? And just goes to show like the variety of what you guys are making too. Like, you guys are, coming from punk bands and like, post-hardcore bands and stuff like that in your past. And it's kind of like a opening up of your own musical talents and skills across like both of your like recording repertoires, if you will. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do love that about Agassiz, that it's like, I feel like I get to delve into kind of like just like different areas of music that I like, like I listen to a lot of softer music and like older music and weird prog rock and acoustic music and jazz and old funk records and R&B and Motown and stuff. And it's like, I feel like all of that somehow finds a way into Agassiz. Like there's like bass lines that I do, and like I'll hear things in the guitar and I'm just like I feel like I'm at my most creative when in this band, like I don't feel like kind of pigeonholed into like writing a certain way. And it's like, yeah, you can just kind of like follow your heart and just like explore that softer side of music, which is great for me because I spent a lot of time playing in more like rampaging bands, I suppose, and I still love doing that.
Of course.
But and it's almost like, I almost feel like there's an element of like that in Agassiz sometimes too. Like, I think that's one thing with instrumental music. Like when you take the vocals out of it, all of a sudden there's just so many possibilities. You can touch any area, and there's nothing that's off limits in terms of like how you can play or what you can write. I love that.
Well, and I have to comment on that too. I know I'm going to jump forward and I'm going to skip a song for a second, but if you think about a song like Bulwark Against Time and Despair, the closer on this record, that guitar riff feels extremely special to me. It feels timeless. Like, it feels like that riff could be on a Thin Lizzy record. It could be on an Alice in Chains record. Chris Hanna on his Patreon said it feels like it has like, it almost could be like on a Tragically Hip record. And so I love the fact that you're commenting on bringing in multiple influences from, across many genres of music, because I'm picking up on that as well. Because like when I was listening to Bulwark Against Time and Despair, I was like, man, this riff could be from any era of rock music, and it just kind of clicked with me in that regard, like of the vastness of where this riff could be found on different records across many genres.
I'm already getting inspired to write more songs right now here.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Get you guys reflecting and making you eager to keep creating. Okay, let's go back for a second. David, tell me a little bit about your thoughts on the next song, Ersatz Memory.
You mentioned a while back that the album feels kind of like one song, and I think that was kind of the intention, is just having it feel like when you listen to the songs together, there's some kind of narrative arc happening, or at least there's some kind of thought put into like what comes next. And I like how this one comes in, like right off the bat, it's just a big chord. After the like, how many minutes? 6-8 minutes of kind of quiet meanderings, and all of a sudden, bam, we're back.
Yeah.
I really like that, the feel of that. And yeah, this opening riff, I remember at the time, I was just listening to a lot of Tom Petty for some reason, and
I love Tom Petty.
And that riff, that opening riff, was me trying to write like Tom Petty. Funny enough, and I think that's kind of speaks to the benefits of not getting too good at guitar. Because if I really sat down and tried to write, tried to rip off Tom Petty, then it would have just sounded like Tom Petty. But because I am deficient in certain abilities to just sit down and figure something out, me trying to figure out Tom Petty ended up in this thing that sounds nothing like, I hope, nothing like Tom Petty.
It's funny, actually. I was having a conversation with somebody the other day, a buddy of mine who's in a band who had like writer's block, and he was just like, I don't know how to like, and I was like, just try learning somebody else's song, you know. Like I don't know. I find like every once in a while, I don't do that a lot, but like every once in a while, I'll just like go on this like hunt of like, you know, learning some of like my favorite riffs from different songs that I'm listening to at the time. And I do the same thing. I screw them all up. I totally do not learn. And I almost like never actually learn the riff, but it's just like, it puts a guitar in my hand or a bass in my hand, and it'll like just give me a starting point where I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to do this. And then it almost inevitably turns into a new song. Like
you accidentally write a new song. Yeah.
And it makes me feel a little bit guilty because I'm like, am I biting somebody else's creativity right now? But it's like, no, it's always so different. And I've read about other artists doing that too, where it's like they'll try to like learn somebody's riff, and it just like inspires this totally new thing, you know.
Art begets art. Absolutely.
Someday we'll get sued for plagiarism, and they'll come back and watch this interview, and they'll be like, aha, I knew.
Got it. And then they'll be in a court of law, and I'll be like deposed or something like that to testify in the trial against Ryan Nash. Ryan, do you have any specific thoughts on Ersatz Memory?
I forget. Was this one of the earlier ones we wrote, or was this kind of like in the middle?
I think this was middle to late, or actually, it might have been our second last one that we wrote. Actually,
was it?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Or no, you're right. Third. So yeah, in the middle.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Well, Ryan, introduce us to the album Closer. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on the closer on the record, Bulwark Against Time and Despair, which I've already alluded to, and David did a little bit as well.
Well, first of all, I love the title of that song. I love how Derek comes up. I don't know where he comes up with this stuff. He's
smart guy.
Yeah, he is a smart guy. I wish he was here right now talking to us. He's a little shy.
I know. It's fine.
He
did G7 Radio and Escape Velocity for years and years, and his podcast output is out there if anybody wants to go find it.
Yeah, put in his podcast time.
He has.
That makes him like an original podcaster in some ways.
Oh yeah, for sure. He goes way back in the genre. I mean, it's he's great at it. It's just that's where he wants to leave his commentary and let his drums do the talking now, which I totally respect.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one was this was one of the ones where I remember when I was kind of fiddling around with the bass line, I was in a weird headspace. My mom had some health issues, and it was kind of like post holidays. And I was kind of like firming up some parts for some of the songs. And it's another one. I spent a lot of time in the sunroom of my house, just sitting there with an iPhone, plunking around on the bass. And I think this is probably my second favorite song on the record, actually.
Do you want to reveal what your first favorite is?
My first is Ersatz.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. David, what are your thoughts on Bulwark Against Time and Despair?
This one started out so that riff that you were talking about earlier, that guitar part. A few years back, I had this idea. I wanted to write like a kids album, a kids album that's not meant for kids, so ostensibly for kids, but it's really for adults.
Yeah.
And I had all this stuff together. I've since abandoned it. Maybe I'll come back.
Is that Spawn songs?
No, it's something different.
Okay,
like
cool.
I had a whole story idea, and so this was originally written for that. And I had this. Anyway, I won't go into it too much. But that when I decided, like, I don't think I want to do this anymore, I pillaged that part because I just really it's one of those parts that just kind of like, I just sat down and it just flowed out. I don't know.
It's my favorite lick on the entire record for guitar.
It's one of those riffs when you like, I was writing it and like, oh my God, like this, I've heard this before. Am I like, what is it? And maybe I subconsciously took it from somewhere. I don't know, but I love that feeling when something just like comes out done. And that was an example of that. And, but then the band, the three of us just really kind of structure that into this song. I think it's my favorite song on the record. I just love, there's a lot of parts on the record, but for me, it just really tells a story in a way that I'm really proud of. I'm proud of the way the three of us sculpted this particular song.
Nice. Okay, cool. Now I want to know about Chris Hanna's involvement. So he mixed the record. Tell me a little bit about the mixing process and how Chris got involved, like what his thoughts and comments were. David, you want to go ahead and share that?
Yeah, we wanted him to, because he's mixed a few of our stuff now, and we're always just really happy with the way it turns out. I hope the process wasn't too tedious for him. It probably was. This time around, there was a lot of back and forth. Like he would mix, send it, and we'd send feedback, and there was just a lot of back and forth. Whereas it might have been more efficient just to sit in the same room and do it, but scheduling wise, with everyone's schedules, that wasn't feasible, I suppose. So I hope he wasn't made too miserable by the whole process. But speaking for myself, I'm so happy with the way it turned out. I've always trusted that man's ear. Like he just hears things I don't. But then when he presents something to me, whether it's a mix or a comment or whatever, it makes me hear it. You know, kind of like I learn from him constantly. And this is no different. And just I love working with him. I loved working with him when I was in a band with him, and now lucky enough to continue in this small way with him involved with Agassiz mixes.
Nice. Ryan, do you have any thoughts on the mixing process with Chris?
Well, it's kind of cool because I know, like, I think Chris and JP work together on all the Propaganda stuff.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, the music is like he's kind of familiar with JP's recording style too. So it's like a really
good point
in terms of the recording and the mixing and everything. And Chris, it's funny because I feel like Chris takes this like different approach. Like when we're recording it, I have this vision in my head of how it's going to sound. And it's always like this like raw sort of, you know, like dirty sounding or something like that almost. But then like Chris always presents this very like sort of crisp and clean version of the band, which I just think, like, for me, like in terms of like collaborating with somebody else and having them have some influence on the songs, it's like there's just something that he brings to it where there's like this, he brings out this clarity in all the instruments where like all of a sudden now you can hear everything individually, but you can still hear it kind of like working together as a group, which is really cool. I wish the guy would mix more records.
Yeah. I mean, and what's really cool too is the fact that like Derek and Chris have been friends for decades and decades at this point. They've collaborated on G7, they collaborated on Escape Velocity. So it's like just another level of collaboration in their decades long friendship, which I think is just really cool as well, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and also witnessing their friendship is always kind of a special thing. They have such a awesome rapport with each other, and they're hilarious together. Like they just riff off each other constantly, and it's just fun to sit back and watch the show that is Chris and Derek together.
Oh my God. You two might have different answers on this, but do either of you have like a song that was like the hardest one to nail in the studio? Were there any like horror stories that stand out from any of these tunes and recording?
Not for me. I always find like our process as a band, it's so easy. That's one of the things I always loved about this band is just like, it's such an easy process. You know, like I've been in a lot of bands and there's definitely been some times where you really struggle to like get it right or to get it to where you're happy with it. And I feel like I butt heads with people in bands that I'm in sometimes about, you know, what direction to take things or whatever. But yeah, this band always just, it's very easy. I don't know if everybody else feels the same way, but like for me anyway, it's just like things just come together and I'm just always so happy with the end results, you know, like there's never any struggle involved in our music.
I totally agree. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I totally agree. Then there's a lot of trust, I think, between the three of us. We all just trust that we'll be ready. And when we get to the studio, we've worked out all the difficult parts, I think. Like we're at the point now, like if something's too difficult to play, it's been altered by the time we get to the studio. So we're able to bang out takes pretty quick, relatively speaking, because we put in that time. I think all of our experiences being in bands and involved in music helps, because we know you can't just show up into a studio not prepared, because it costs a ton of money to be in a studio. You got to get in there and get it done. You spend your time fooling around in the jam space. That's where the mistakes are meant to happen, right? And you figure it out there.
Yeah. So are there any plans with this record as far as shows or vinyl LPs or anything like that? What is still in the works for you guys that you're kind of looking forward to?
We haven't really talked too much about any kind of physical releases. Yeah, we're a funny band. Like, we don't play a lot of shows. We don't do a lot of the typical band stuff, you know. I don't know if that's just a function of kind of where we're at in life, maybe, but yeah, we definitely don't. We're not one of those bands that's like, we got to do like a record release show and all this kind of stuff. Like, we just kind of like let the music happen and put it out there, and then get back to making new music, you know. Yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll play a show at some point this year.
Well, we did that once. We did a record release once, for Pulse 1A, and that was just not a very, speaking personally, maybe if everyone else agrees too, it wasn't a very pleasant experience. It was middle of February, coldest night of the year. It was like ridiculously like -35 kind of thing. Very sparsely populated show because it's so cold, and also we're kind of an unknown band. It's in one of those bars that would smell like a deep fryer. So I know I went home thinking, like, why would I ever want to do that again? And I think after that show, we maybe only played one or two. We haven't played a show. I have not gone this long without playing a show in my entire adult life. It's been over 4 years now.
This is a shame.
So I'd really love to play.
4 years since we played a show?
Yeah, it was September of 2019.
Oh my God.
So I'd love to play a show again, but it's just got to be the right kind of thing, because I don't want to be up until 2 a.m, unless it's really worth it.
I keep saying we got to bring back the weekend matinee show.
Matinee, big time. Yep, I'm so down with this.
Yeah, because it's like I'm the same way. It's like the thing that kills me about shows. I remember actually getting into an argument one time. I was booking a show for one of my other bands, and I was like, "Can we start the show like an hour earlier? Like, instead of doors open at 9, show at 10. Can we do can the music start at 9?" And the person who held it was just like, "No way, we can't do that. Nobody's gonna like that." But I think for like people our age, it's like, you know what, like I'm over 40 here, you know what I mean? Like the whole like, we'll go on around 12:30, 1 a.m. It's like, man, I don't play my best at 1 a.m. I don't think anymore.
No. I'm down with that, because I went to a show here recently where the music started at 6:30 and the headliner went on at 9, and the headliner played 45 minutes, and I was out the door at 9:45, and I actually got home in time to watch the second half of Thursday Night Football.
Yeah, that's perfect.
And
like, I just went to the last show I went to was I went and saw Manine. They're doing a reunion tour of sorts, and they just played in Winnipeg recently. And it was the same thing. It was like, I think the show was over by 11 o'clock. And I was like, oh my God, like that's good. I want to do that.
The way to go.
Yeah.
David, are you still working on Spawn songs at all?
Yeah, it's something I recently just released a song for my daughter. It's something I'll probably be doing it for years to come. Who knows what, like, I have no plans for it other than it's just another outlet. And it's something I don't have to, I take it seriously in my house because it's like I think it's a kind of a nice little document to have of my family, and I made it public, and I don't really care what happens to it in the public sphere. It's more so just like, it's a nice little outlet.
And are you still building tons and tons of lovely guitars?
Not tons, but yes, I just actually just delivered my most recent one yesterday. She came and picked it up, so definitely still doing. I want to do more of that. I've got some plans just to kind of change my approach a little bit. But that's what I love. Writing songs with these guys and being out in my shop making guitars is all I want to do. If somehow in life I can find a way to only do those things, oh my God, that would be like a dream come true. But anyways, I'm lucky that I'm lucky that I found these things that just feed me so much, and I get to do them. It's a good life.
Well, you're watching me do that exact thing that feeds me in that way by doing these types of conversations. Like this is that, like this, making these episodes does that for me, just like building guitars does for you. So I love that we
Nice.
have all found our thing. And Ryan, what do you got going on besides Agassiz?
Well, it's been a like I said, it's been an interesting year. I think the last time I talked to you, I was in 3 bands.
Mm-hmm.
I was in Agassiz, Union, Stockyards, and Agapito. And in the last year, we kind of folded up Union, Stockyards, and Agapito. And so now I'm just doing Agassiz, my only band. So I'm all in on Agassiz. And then I've been working on a bunch of solo stuff.
Yes.
I came up with this weird idea. Like I built a bit of a recording studio of sorts in my basement. And so I'll like record other people's bands sometimes, but most of the time it's just me goofing around working on music. And I came up with this weird idea that I'm like, I'm going to start a record label where all the bands are just me. So I can do so. And again, it kind of goes back to that theme of like just wanting to experiment with all kinds of different music. So I'm going to kind of do this thing where like every project, every band, quote unquote band on the label is going to be kind of in a different style or something that I like to do. And then I'm not even going to tell anybody that it's just all me. I'm just going to start putting out music.
It'll be like your own inside joke inside your own house. And
Exactly,
you just get to just get a big kick out of it all by yourself.
As long as no one listens to this interview, because the cat's out of the bag now.
Yeah.
Well, Ryan and David, Agassiz, new record, Pulse 1D from late 2023. It's brand new. I am delighted by this record. The comments that I've heard from it over on Patreon and, with conversations I've had with people who enjoy your band, they're all enjoying it. Everyone's enjoying it. And I'm really hopeful that you guys are able to play a show or two. And maybe next time Propaganda does shows in Winnipeg, I am hopeful to be in attendance like I was the last time they played in Winnipeg. So maybe if you guys get added to that bill, that would be extraordinarily convenient for me personally. So if you guys could just do that for me as a personal favor, that would be fantastic. But thank you so much, guys, for doing this, for this track-by-track breakdown of Pulse 1D. I loved hearing the stories of the creation process, the recording process, the gear overview, kind of what this band means to you. It's wonderful to have you both here on the podcast again as multiple returning guests. I appreciate your collaborations and all of your energy and for hanging out with me. So, David, thank you so much for being here. Ryan, thank you so much for being here as well. It's great to see you guys.
Absolutely. And I'm definitely going to steal that helium balloon idea from the cats.
It's wonderful. Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming on Unscripted Moments, a podcast briefly about Agassiz, but normally about propaganda. It's been a real pleasure.
Thanks a lot.
We hop right into our first conversation. Live from Winnipeg's own Vimy Ridge Park, here is my conversation with Todd Kowalski. Okay, so I'm sitting here with Todd Kowalski. We are in beautiful Vimy Ridge Park in the Wolseley area of Winnipeg. Todd, thank you so much for coming.
Oh, thank you, Paul.
I appreciate you doing this. So I'm just going to jump right into it.
Okay.
Can you tell me a little bit of the story of I Spy? How did you form? What made you move to Winnipeg? All that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, I guess I moved to Winnipeg to, there's like a fine arts program at the U of M that I didn't have to take like English and all those classes.
Nice.
I think my mom probably thought I was hopeless, so throw me in there. And then, I was making songs in Regina before I came, obviously, just playing in bands and stuff with my friends. Then I moved here. I started making songs here, and then like I saw those guys, the other guys from I Spy in Regina before I left, like in the summer, just playing like Iron Maiden covers and stuff.
Nice.
and their own songs, but like they did that one song. And I was like, oh shit, those guys can play that, And then, so I had them in mind, like when I went back the next summer from Winnipeg, I just asked my friend Marlon if he could get me in touch with those guys. I didn't know them at all. And they were like, yeah, let's jam. And then, we jammed and had a really good time. And I brought a song that they all seemed to like.
Nice.
And They had some of their own songs with a different singer, actually. Like, it wasn't I Spy yet. It was, I can't remember what it was called.
I think it was like Clump or something like that. I think that's what I read.
No, that was what we were thinking of calling I Spy that at some point. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool.
Which it's not really much worse. Yeah, so that's that. Yeah.
Okay, and
then those guys moved to Winnipeg with me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Perfect. So I saw that on the Perversity is Spreading collection that most of the stuff's recorded by John Sutton, but there are a couple of tracks on there recorded by Chris. Sort of, like one or two of them. They're a little bit lower. I'm guessing they're on his old 4-track. Would probably be my guess.
Okay, there's a couple that are recorded at the Albert also.
Okay.
Which one's it? Oh yeah, a couple. Yeah, recorded in. I can't remember what we recorded in Chris's basement. Yeah, but we recorded 4 songs in his mom's. Where the hell were we? I think we were in maybe this guy Simon Hughes' basement.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a local artist too. If you ever see his paintings around all over.
I'll keep an eye out.
Awesome guy. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Simon's basement. Yeah.
Cool. And then for the 10-inch split, did you guys record that with John Sutton at I think what God of Thunder?
10-inch split. The first one, yeah, we recorded it first with a guy from God of Thunder. No, he did it. Yeah, it wasn't Sutton.
Okay, because it says Sutton on Wikipedia, and that's what sort of threw me.
Okay, yeah, no, the split with I Spy was with the guy from God of Thunder.
Okay.
Chris Brett, I think was his name. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. And then, what the hell? Or did Sutton redo it? I can't remember.
See, I'd look it up, but I don't have a physical copy of it
yeah.
because you cannot find that CD anywhere now,
Yeah.
and it's not streaming anywhere.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I think Chris Brett did them both, and then like we did it. The reason why I can't remember is we did it, and then we thought it had like too much reverb and stuff, and took it back and I think we just remixed it. So it must have been Chris also. Yeah.
Okay.
And then Sutton did the next one, like the Revenge of the Little Shits.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you I Spy get connected with Chris and with Propagandy?
I came to Winnipeg, and I knew this woman named Mary Beth. She was from Portage with Jord and Chris. Mm-hmm. Just kind of 3 things at once. And then I had a friend from India. Like, he's pretty much my first friend here. He was like just from India. I was just from here, or from Regina, you know. We started hanging out. And then he was interested. He saw Propagandy's name, was interested in it because of the name. Mary Beth knew Chris and Jord, so she was talking about it. And then I just one time at the Albert, I got a ride home from Derek and Keith Riel, who were doing shows then, and they were, they had the first Propagandy tape, and they were like, "You got to hear this," and I was like, "Yeah, that's awesome." And then I think because I didn't really have too many friends or anything, I was just kind of hanging around, you know, just
like
wandering around, you know. And so I'd see Chris every now and then, and we'd say hi. And then, like, I would say hi to him because I saw him in Propagandy at the show we went to with, like, Mary Beth and Nikhil, my friend from India, and me. So we went to that show, thought it was awesome. And then, so I'd see Chris around, and I'd say hi to him just because I saw him in the band there. And then, so we just started saying hi, and eventually I Spy played at the Albert, and Chris just happened to be there, and he's like, "Hey, there's that guy I say hi to on the street all the time," you know? And he dug it, and we just kind of became friends.
Awesome. Yeah. And so, like, how did that sort of move to, like, getting connected with Todd Conjolier from Recess? Like, was that through, was Propagandy the one who started working with them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think probably, you know, Todd or whatever, not through Fat, but through hearing Propagandy on whatever, and then, I think just that, you know, just, like, maybe they played with FYP on their first tour or something. I can't remember. Yeah,
that sounds like something I've heard. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah. I can't quite remember that, but Chris ended up playing drums for FYP on one tour.
Oh yeah, that was the disaster where he realized he didn't actually know any of the songs.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, and you guys also ended up being. I know this might have been before you with the J Church period. Was that before you when they were like basically backing up J Church?
No, I was in it. Yeah, that was
awesome.
I was in Japan. Yeah,
sick.
Yeah,
J Church rules.
Good, right on. Yeah, Lance was an awesome guy.
Yeah.
So it was like we went to Japan, supposed to be opening for J Church, or they were opening. Yeah, just playing with J Church. I can't remember what the deal was, but yeah, Lance went a couple days before everyone else, so he was the only guy that got in. Yeah, and then the rest of the band got turned away, and then we got in and went to some little room. Me and Chris each learned like half the songs on bass.
Sure.
Yeah, and started playing those shows.
Nice. That would have been a hell of a show, J Church and Propaganda in that era. Like, that would have been fantastic.
Yeah, it was fun. I really liked traveling around with Lance. Yeah.
Sure.
I really found him a very funny, nice guy.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about him. A lot of them from Adam, the drummer for Jawbreaker.
Oh, yeah.
Because they were really close.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Adam was even in J Church for a while.
Yeah, we traveled with Adam in J Church as well.
Yeah.
That was on the Today's Empires tour.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it was like, yeah.
Awesome.
Adam was in J Church.
Yeah, and now Adam's back in Jawbreaker, apparently.
Yeah.
Good for them. I saw them in Chicago for their first big show back.
Oh, right on.
Absolutely incredible. I don't know if you're a Jawbreaker guy, but they were a huge
good.
band for me. So around around the time you were doing the splits, you were also around the time you were in I Spy. A little bit. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit about your time in Swallowing Shit, because I actually am a big fan of that one discography.
Oh, right on, cool, yeah. I guess that was Swallowing Shit was going with Mark Novak on guitar, and then Novak quit, and they asked me if I assume they asked me. I don't know how I ended up there, but
just showed up and started doing it, I guess.
Yeah. So we just started playing, and I found it really fun, you know. Just I'd listen, just making riffs, going there and just blitzing them out, you know, like.
Yeah, I love the confrontational nature of everything that band did. I
cool.
really enjoy that.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I kind of did too, you know, in a way, like just.
Well, when you're at a certain age, all you want to do is be confrontational, like, or at least I did when I was. When I was younger. Now as a dad, it's less so than it used to be, but just how it goes.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just realize everything's a joke, and like, you kind of want to point it out, you know, in some way, you know. But you just can't. It's kind of the nature of things, just to say, yeah, we realize this is a big fucking joke, you know.
And Swallowing Shit has had a pretty crazy cast of characters go through there, like going all the way back. I think Steve from The Undecided and Figure 4 drummed for a little bit.
Yeah.
Mike Coop was a member for a while.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
like it's just a crazy cast of characters.
Was Coop before Novak? Yeah, must have been.
And I think Coop, I could be wrong. I should note that I actually have memory issues because I had an infection in my brain a number of years ago. So I might be misremembering this. But I think for a while, Coop just played an acoustic guitar.
Oh,
as like
that wasn't shit. So there was Swallowing Shit and Shit, and I know. Oh,
maybe I'm getting those confused. That could be it.
Mike Coop was in Shit.
That could be where I'm getting it confused. Yeah.
I could be wrong too, but if it was very early.
Yeah, just like they were just goofing around.
Yeah,
but
really by the time they got rolling, I don't know when Steve quit, but like was Steve on the first 7-inch? I don't think that was Koss, right?
Well. I actually, a couple years ago, I was playing a show where my band was opening for The Undecided, and I had the Swallowing Shit discography, and I was like, hey, Steve, check this out. And he was like, what the hell is that? He hadn't even heard it existed. So we went to my car and played it, and we went through it, him trying to figure out if he's on any of them, and he might be on the really, really bad demo, like cassette recording-y stuff on the very last track, but he's not sure.
Right,
so I don't think we're ever quite going to know if Steve played on any of it. But what are you going to do?
Yeah, I wouldn't be entirely sure either. I used to see them, and I thought the 7-inch was awesome, but I don't recall.
Yeah, and now that's like 25 years ago, or 30 years ago, actually, now that I think about it. Which, I mean, I was 10, so I never actually saw them. I just did all of it after the fact.
Actually, now that you mentioned, we jammed right on the street right there, about 4 houses in.
Oh, hell yeah. Nice. I've definitely jammed in a number of houses in this general area myself. So a lot of I Spy lyrics are sort of definitely lean on humor, which is not something that Propaganda does as much, though definitely still does. Sort of like, what was sort of the impetus to say, you know what, let's just be little shits, and for no pun intended, but to just like have sort of like more humor-based stuff within the lyrics.
Yeah, I think it was just this spirit of the times, like we were living, just me and Juice Pig having fun, and Chris too, like we were all kind of one big pile of people, you know, and our friend Lorna, and it's just all of us just doing our thing, trying to be funny, but also at the same time, like kind of trying to say something about the world that is like not positive, but like, you're trying to be somewhat critical of ourselves. You know what I mean? And like, how do we fit into this whole thing, and can we make any of it better? I don't know.
That's what we're all still trying to do.
Yeah,
I'd say.
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So do you have much contact with the I Spy guys anymore? Like, do you see them?
I see James when I go to Vancouver. That's Juice Pig, the drummer.
Yeah.
Rary lives in Winnipeg again now. I always mean to see him. I should call him very soon. Awesome guy. He's making guitars and stuff.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy Van Duzen probably on Instagram or whatever, yeah.
So him and Beav, you've got two bandmates who make guitars. That's awesome.
I think they kind of have a similar, like, they're both kind of quiet guys who are, like, into that side of instruments and making things. So it's pretty cool. And then Dave, I see when we play in Propagandy in Regina.
Sure.
That's the bass player. And then Tellerico, last time I saw him was at Sacrifice in Vancouver too.
Sick.
Yeah, he played in the band after Dave. Like we went to Europe, and then it was pretty like a long slog, and you're playing all the squats and they're all smoky and it's just so tiring,
Yeah.
We got back and Jeremy Rary there, he thought he was just pretty much out at that point, I think. And then Dave lasted just a touch longer, and then but he was living in Regina, so
okay.
We got Tellerico because he was our friend, and we went to maybe one more tour with Sean, I think. Yeah,
okay.
He was a fun guy to have, and like he kind of had the like rejuvenated the spirit, a little bit.
You need that sort of injection of energy.
Yeah. So and then James kind of seemed like he was losing interest at some point or whatever, or he was just spread thin, kind of doing a bunch of stuff, and then Chris asked me if I wanted to fill in for prop, and I was like, yeah, sure, sounds good. Like, we were friends, living together, and like all of us were just like, I mean, we're all kind of friends, and
it's just a scene, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, one thing that you and I have in common is that we are both people who started off playing guitar and ended up joining another band to end up playing bass.
Yeah, right.
Was that like a difficult transition? Because I noticed that after a while, my mindset when I was playing had to shift considerably. Even though as a guitar player, you just assume just play the root notes.
Yeah. I think it was probably a bigger challenge than I thought it was. You know what I mean? Like I think I just started playing it and whatever. You know what I mean? Like playing it, but probably took me longer than I thought to get okay at. You know what I mean? Like,
I think it takes most guitar players longer than they expect because they expect it'll be a real easy switch. Like I did.
Yeah. Like I remember, the hard part is kind of like how intentional it is, like compared to like strumming.
Yeah,
like,
strumming you get a big wall of sound out of it.
Yeah, and strumming you can kind of like use your arm to keep the rhythm a little more. Like bass is more just like
those fingers, the wrist.
Yeah, it's like it's. I still find it like it's harder to. Some things are just harder on bass, Like
for sure.
Guitar,
Yeah.
And then you have to stretch this hand way further, just
to
place.
Doing like those 4-fret stretches and stuff like that could be a real pain.
Like things that would be easy on guitar, it's just like, oh, this is torture.
So you guys are working on the new record. You're doing it in spurts. Yeah. What's this is for the sort of gearhead nerds. Okay. What are you playing on the record so far?
Same crap as always. I got same bass as I played like first Propagandy tour ever, which is like Ibanez 1500, I think. Yeah.
Okay. I think my school's jazz band owned that bass.
Oh, cool.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I like it. So it sounds good. Bass sounds good on the record, and then Ampeg, and then SVT.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah. So it's usually the same thing. I just feel like, okay, I know what this is going to sound like.
And if it ain't broke, like it works on those records, it cuts nicely. Especially on that remix of Today's Empires, I was shocked at how much better the bass sounded.
Yeah, and it's crazy, eh? Like, that's the thing about that record. Like, we knew we laid all that stuff down. You know what I mean? And then, like, when it came out, we were disappointed,
Sure.
Like, because all that stuff's in there
somewhere.
Somewhere.
It's hidden.
And so, the remaster is really cool. Yeah. And
And that was done Jason Livermore at the Blasting Room?
Yeah, Jason remastered it, or remixed it. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I was really happy with that. Like, I thought that record actually moved up my rankings in like.
Yeah, mine too.
In like maybe the order of what I think of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so I was kind of.
Oh, I remember when it first came out, I didn't get into it for quite a while just because the sound was sort of so off for me, and I was Mr. Fat Records Epitaph at the time because I think I was 17 or whatever when that came out. But since then, it grew on me a ton, and now it's probably in my top 3 at this point.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, I remember feeling like, it was weird. Like, when I got home, there was like a lot of people I knew seemed like they were like not into it, you know? It wasn't until we went on tour to the States, I was like, oh, people do like this record, you know? And when, like, all the shows were sold out, everyone was super into it, you know, super into the record. And yeah, I kind of almost felt like just from my friends and stuff, like there's literally no one said a single thing about it.
That's weird.
Yeah, and almost like a couple people were almost like negative towards it, you know?
Well,
and I almost felt like for a couple people, it's like fuck you. Like I watched your shitty band and pretended to like it, you know what I mean? Just to support you.
Yeah,
you know?
be a friend, support.
Yeah,
yeah.
And we're making this record and you can't even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, fuck you. Like,
well, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if some of the people, there was a big amount of jealousy. At that point, you guys were, this is pre-Comeback Kid, you were the only big punk band from Winnipeg doing big things in that particular moment.
Yeah, there was a certain, for sure that, like, I would, because I wasn't in the band at first, like, I would hear it before I was in the band. You know, people telling me, you know?
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
I think that's one reason why, partially why you don't want to be like that jealous person.
Totally.
Because those guys are like, well, this guy's never acted like that towards us, you know?
Yeah.
And then pretty soon, you want to be in the band? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's always easy to talk shit when it's when you don't think you have any chance.
Yeah, and it's sometimes I just find it not fair. Like, it's just like these guys excelling to this point and just shit on for fucking just because people feel like you're not under their wing anymore, you know, like. And
I mean, you could say that they put the work in ahead of time, getting signed by Mike at the Albert and like put out.
Yeah.
For the time, some of the most progressive, best punk records of that period.
Oh yeah, their tape. Like when I first heard their tape, I was like, "This is awesome." Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it just stuck out. Like, yeah, the Rial brothers were like, "You got to hear this," you know. Mm-hmm. And actually, Samson wasn't in the band yet, and Derek Rial said you should try out. And then, but I didn't know them at all, you know. Like I didn't know where or how, you know what I mean?
Sure.
And or I'd never even. And then he actually said, "I don't think they'd like you anyway because you don't drink." And I was like, "Okay, well, you know what I mean?" Wasn't like, "Oh, okay," but I was just thought, okay, I guess whatever.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't really think anything of it. Yeah. I was just like, yeah, it's a cool tape. I don't know. And I also, in my own mind, always had a vision of myself like being my own band, or not being my own band, but
being the leader,
like not playing other people's songs, but just like I want to make my own songs, and you know what I mean. So I'm kind of glad I did all you know what I mean. Like I'm glad I had a chance to just like fully make just all this just myself, and then join that, and then kind of do two things, you know?
Yeah.
So I can still make up whatever I want. Like, I just...
Yeah, and the sort of mix between having both of you guys there as songwriters, I mean, to an extent, the whole band are songwriters, if I'm not mistaken, but having the two distinct voices as really... I guess Propaganda kind of always had two distinct voices. It's just switching from John to you, which just really opened up the sort of possibilities. That's not to say I don't love John. I absolutely love John's stuff.
Yeah,
but it's really opened things up sonically to new options.
Yeah, I think maybe like I have a kind of a, I don't like, it's a stupid sounding thing to say, but like kind of a musically progressive attitude.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know what you're saying.
I mean? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and like I think that's what kind of like the spirit of that is, I think, what pushed Propaganda into today's Empire's kind of sound a little bit, you know? It's like the spirit of me saying to like Chris and Jord, like, fuck, let's just
make it faster, make it harder.
Yeah, and let's just go for it. Let's try to play some of this crazy stuff that we don't even know how to play, you know what I mean? And like let's just do it, and just kind of that spirit, you know?
Like, and that's the spirit that now I really love about that record is that everything is just pushing as pushing every piece of it as far as it can go. Which both with music and lyrically, like it's all just a fantastic package that way, and that energy comes through so much more on the remix.
Yeah, I agree.
Just incredible. So I saw that you were at one of those. I hate to be the guy who brings this up. One of those Final No Effect shows.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's any story behind deciding to go see that, because I know I think Chris and Jord were at one night and you were at the other night.
Yeah, I went to both actually.
Didn't see.
I guess so. The first thing was like Tanya, who sells shirts for the Circle Jerks.
Oh yeah.
She was like our driver in Brazil like 20 years ago. So whenever we get a chance to see her, I do, or whatever we do. And then that was the first thing, and then I think that was actually the main thing. And Kent, the No Effects sound guy, and Rugli, the like stage. Stage, does all the stage stuff. Yeah, we know them. They helped us out pretty big time.
And Kent's from here, right?
Yeah, he's from here. Yeah, he used to play in Gorilla.
Oh, yeah, with Biff.
Yeah, with Biff. Yeah, I saw them at the Albert a few times.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's like a long time. And then, and actually I saw them in Regina, too, when I lived in Regina before Winnipeg. So.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so as a little aside. But yeah, so what was we talking about even?
Just going to the album.
Oh,
the No Effect show.
Yeah, and then... I kind of watched a little bit of the first thing. Then he said something about Muslim people.
He said a bunch of stuff that was just awful.
I just heard him say something, and I just went out and talked to Tanya. And then the next day, I was supposed to meet Tanya out at the Forks, actually. But it was raining, so I was like, I'll just go talk to you at the show again. And then I did. And I wanted to see Circle Jerks. So partially... because the drummer of Wasted Youth is on drums.
Yeah.
And I was like super big into Wasted Youth when I was a kid.
Sick,
the second Wasted Youth record anyway. And I was super into Circle Jerks when I was a kid too. Like mostly Circle Jerks 6, but they don't really play any of it.
I was a Group Sex guy. I'm a Group Sex guy. Something about that record. Just the whole idea of like 16 minutes for a full length.
Yeah.
That just tickles me the right way.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of like that. You know, when you're a kid, like you have the record you bought, your friends have the record they bought. So I bought 6, my friend bought that one. You know. So.
Oh yeah, well for me and my friend, I bought Today's Empires. He bought Quantity's Job 1.
Yeah.
And we both eventually bought them, but we definitely just burned them for each other.
Yeah. So yeah, that's kind of how that unfolded. And then, yeah, it's kind of I watched a little bit of No Effects, and then kind of went out to talk to Tanya again. I don't know what to think of it. I just kind of start feeling hollow, especially when like I left before I like saw him do or say anything dumb that show.
Yeah.
But then I heard he did after. But yeah, I talked to Mike for a little bit. It's all right, you know what I mean? Whatever. I don't know what to think about it. Really.
I know. Yeah. It's a hard one. Like I saw them on the same tour in Toronto the next 2 days. Because that was with Subhumans, and I have never seen Subhumans, and they were incredible, by the way.
Oh, good.
And I actually met up with Greg and Steve from the podcast, because Steve went up from Hamilton and Greg came up from Buffalo, so I got to actually meet those guys. And I bought a trip to Toronto to visit some other people before they announced the Winnipeg shows, so I ended up going to those ones.
Oh, okay, cool.
And he said some stupid shit there, too.
Yeah.
It's just what he does.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you're just like, you're just there. You're not, I don't know, like you're not taking stuff too seriously or something. Like I should have said something to Mike like, that's fucking stupid. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. But you know what? Hindsight, you know?
Yeah, I was kind of like, but I didn't really watch the show that day really. So it's like, you know, it wasn't, if I would have I saw some footage for a second of him like pulling a keffiyeh off someone or something. I don't know.
I didn't catch that, but that's gross.
Yeah, I was like how is that
especially right now with
like there's a genocide of like thousands of people and you're doing that. It's like just pure racism in genocide.
Yeah, during
it's like I can't imagine if the roles were somehow reversed about that. How I don't know, man. It's just like I was saying to someone like they're like, oh, I didn't surprised to see you at the show or something. I was like, yeah, I probably, like, every time I step out and give punk a chance, I fucking get so disoriented and feel empty and wish I wasn't there. And yeah, it didn't take long.
Yeah, fair.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
watch a few songs. Yeah. So it's like, okay, yeah. It's kind of why this is almost like, to me, like bordering on a dead scene. You know, when it comes to like more popular bands, you know, like I know there's all the underground stuff and all this cool stuff happening, you know, which I like some of it, you know what I mean? Or I just don't go out of my way to hear it, you know? It's just I don't know where, like.
Well, I mean, we're both old now, so it's not our scene anymore.
Yeah,
in the same
yeah.
way. Doesn't mean I don't want to support it and won't enjoy what I hear, but
Yeah.
I don't have the time or energy to go searching that stuff out like I used to.
Yeah, and I kind of start to wonder, like, what is all this about? Like, what's it all mean? Like, everybody always saying, we'll fight for this, we'll stand up for this, and then you realize, no, nobody stands up for anything or does anything. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's students all over the world standing up for Gaza and stuff. No punk bands, no nothing. It's just like, this is like, it literally was like probably the nail in the coffin. Like every old band, like none of you say or do anything, and
a lot of the people from the early like British anarcho scene are like now way conservative, which also is super weird as hell.
Yeah.
It's like, you guys were like, you were signed to Crass Records and you're like supporting Nigel Farage and all that stuff. Like, that's insane to me.
Yeah, it's almost, it should have just been left as just a scene of young people that died, you know? Yeah, it's just, it really does just, like, it doesn't mean anything. Like, it kind of makes you really see, well, in a way that, like, there is no real scene or anything. It's just, like, a bunch of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, like, really the scene now is a bunch of middle-aged people going around trying to sell shirts.
Yeah.
Not really practicing, charging a lot, just like, go put in the time, don't really care about our songs, whatever. Hopefully you'll buy a shirt and give your last hurrahs. And like, I don't really put much stock in nostalgia and shit. Like, like, sure, I'll listen to old Dio and stuff, but it still kind of, like, it rules, you know?
Yeah.
Like, there's still people, no one can sing like that.
No.
So, you know what I mean? But I can't, like, sit around pretending some old punk band's the greatest thing. And sometimes it's just like, oh, it's just because it's from L.A. Oh, wow. You know what I mean? Okay, you're from L.A. or New York, so we're going to hear about you for the rest of your life.
Well, yeah, you guys were smack in the middle of the "you're from L.A." world when you guys were on Fat, because that was just a ton of mostly L.A. and Southern California bands, some of which were okay and some of which were pretty terrible.
Yeah. I kind of hate to. I try not to go down this negative road, but it's like, it's almost like, you know what I mean? Like, I try to mind my own business and just, like, not worry, not try to bring people down or be negative or whatever, but just sometimes you just sit here and start talking and you're like, fuck, whatever.
Yeah, and you're coming into it with somebody who pretty much feels the same way, so I'm definitely going to be able to lead you. Also, as an aside, I'm happy to cut out any of the stuff that you might not want to be in there.
That's fine. Whatever,
okay. I'll cut out this little bit, though, but other than that, just to let you know, I'm totally cool to do that if you think you might have been too negative.
I don't care.
All right.
Unless you think it is.
Oh, no, people will absolutely love this.
Yeah, I guess my message to the people who are listening, if you want a positive outlook, like, really try to just do your own thing and worry about the actual world, not like a scene or anything.
Sure.
Like, absolutely not. Like, listen to the bands you like, and even if they're stupid, I don't give a shit, but, like, I don't know. But, like, just kind of, my wish is that someone would give a shit about something at some point in time, or just let it die.
Fair enough. Yeah. As somebody who spent most of their life identifying with that scene, I would have to agree.
Yeah.
It's a weird place to be.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, so we are coming up on 1:40. We're almost there. Can't believe we've been talking for like almost 40 minutes already.
Yeah, that's crazy, yeah.
Is there anything else you wanted to touch on?
I wish I could remember James' new bands out there in Vancouver. He's in a couple.
I'll look those up and I'll
Okay,
put it on
yeah.
the wraparounds.
Yeah, so you'd be
Yep.
James Ash on Instagram or whatever.
And you are Todd Kowalski Art on Instagram?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Todd, again, thank you so much. And thank you for this wonderful idea to do it here. It has been
Yeah,
absolutely
it's nice,
gorgeous.
Yeah.
I hope the wind isn't too much on the mics, but I mean, there's 50. It should be fine.
Yeah, I don't hear it. I think it's all right.
Should be nice.
Like,
Okay.
hey, there's a butterfly
Oh,
or a moth.
okay. We're right by the community garden.
Yeah, it's pretty nice.
Awesome. All right. Well, Todd, thank you so
All right,
much.
thanks,
We're
Paul,
listening
man.
to
Talk to you soon.
Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, I am delighted to welcome Jord Samolesky for his second appearance on the podcast. Jord was last on the podcast on May 26th, 2021, for a conversation on propaganda's covers of global genocide and government issue songs that appeared on the deluxe editions of Failed States and Victory Lap. This episode was a really fun conversation, but I do have a few things to say before we launch into it. Jord and I were interrupted by an internet outage 3/4 of the way into the conversation, which derailed our timing and made us run out of time. So the conversation has a discussion about propaganda's endless search for practice spaces, which suddenly cuts into a conversation about the song Support Gun Control, Kill a Hunter from the Martial Law with a Cherry on Top demo. Then, a few minutes later, the conversation ends abruptly when we hit our hard stop time. Jord was very gracious and kind about this issue and sent some notes in relation to the band J Church, the Maximum Rock and Roll compilation, They Don't Get Paid, They Don't Get Laid, But Boy Do They Work Hard, and a few memories about the Fuck the Scene and Martial Law demos. In order to not interrupt the flow, I am going to include Jord's verbatim email he sent me after our conversation abruptly ended, which I will read at the very end of this episode so you're not hearing the comments out of context here at the start of the conversation. Jordan and I start this conversation by talking about his recent studio experience at Private Ear Recording in Winnipeg, Manitoba, where Propaganda is recording their 8th LP. Then we talk about Propaganda's May 2024 Gaza benefit show at the Park Theater in Winnipeg, and then we turn our attention to talking about the 1989 to 1992 pre-Fat Records demo tapes. Thank you so much, as always, to Propaganda and Jord for being awesome and coming back on the show to fill in listeners on what is going on in their band. So please enjoy my second conversation with Jord Samolesky. Jord, thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, Greg, how's it going?
Excellent, thank you. It is wonderful to have you back after. I think we last talked in 2021 for some propaganda cover songs, but it's delightful to get together again and hang out and chat about how things have been. Propaganda has been off the road since September of 2022, and I know there's a lot going on. I'm wondering if you just want to start off by giving a little bit of your general thoughts on the past year and a half since the band has been off the road and what you all have been generally up to in that time.
Yeah, I guess you could say that 2022 was one of the most challenging years that we've ever had in terms of trying to arrange live shows. Like that was a batch of cluster Fs. Yeah, I mean, we tried to do some shows in May out east in Canada, and then in September out west in Canada. We were supposed to go down the west coast from Seattle to San Diego that September, but yeah, we ended up getting derailed by COVID on both of those trips. So unfortunately, we had to cancel some shows in Saskatchewan on the front end of our May dates, and then the entire back end of our September dates got canceled. We had COVID issue in Vancouver that we were aware of the day that we were supposed to cross into the US and head down to Seattle and do 7 shows down the coast. Our booking agent Margie in the States did a great job putting everything together, and it was the aftermath of having to cancel those dates. It dragged on for another 6 weeks, and we ended up doing 3 makeup dates in Southern California, in Pomona, LA, and San Diego on I think on like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It was So we were starting to kind of write over the course of like that year, getting some riffs together and kind of jamming on new stuff. But we kept going back to perform, like getting prepped for live shows and all that kind of stuff. And yeah, it put us really through the ringer. And towards the end of that, it was like, okay, these makeup shows were okay. Trying to play on a show on a Monday or a Tuesday that was originally scheduled for a Friday or Saturday. Like it just had the vibe was affected. A lot of people didn't take the rebates on their tickets, and many of them didn't show up. So it was kind of like 2/3 full rooms. And we tried to do our best to kind of accommodate makeup dates, but it was just really hard. And I think a lot of bands that get faced with that, it's like you have slim pickings for the venues, and you're not going to get anything close to the original sort of what the original dates were intended to be like and all that. It was so I think we kind of hung it up at the end of October, and we're just kind of like, okay, that is the end of live shows. Let's just forget about that for a while. And I think at that point it really took the edge off of feeling like we had to do a bit of both, like trying to write, trying to stay engaged with, doing the live stuff. And that's also after a few, the whole COVID era, we didn't play any shows, I guess in between like 2019 and 2022. So there was a big gap there of, and that the pressure slowly mounting. Okay, we got to start doing stuff. What are we going to do and all that? And in a nutshell, it was like 2022 was just kind of a mishmash of trying to go in a million different directions and getting stuck with so much troubleshooting, figuring things out as things were falling apart. And it was really draining. So that just led us to, let's forget about this stuff. We're not going to play anymore until we actually, have at least some studio dates, penciled in and all that. So I guess that takes us to now. So I don't know if you knew, but we did a number of dates in July, recording at Private Ear here in Winnipeg with our friend GP. Originally, I think it was in May. Yeah, March, April, May of this year, we were thinking that we were going to be recording everything in late October of this year. And we were aware that JP and Vanessa had a few dates open in July, like Tuesday to Thursday dates, 3 consecutive weeks of 3 dates being open, but the Friday to Mondays being blocked off. And they said we could keep our gear set up after we got sounds, and if we wanted to take advantage of that time. And we kind of molded over, and I don't know, originally I thought, no, let's just keep it all together. But then we thought, hey, if we break it up a little bit, that'll give us time to recharge the batteries in between, track for a few days, take a few days off to actually kind of continue prepping and working on stuff a little bit in the miniature downtime that we had between the 3-day sessions. And I think it worked out really good. Like I liked having days on and then days off. It's, I think it was largely circumstantial. We didn't plan it like this, but I think it kind of worked in our favor in a lot of ways. So yeah, we're done a significant bulk of the drum tracks, and we're going to revisit another batch of songs in October, and it's kind of like a 2-part process. So I think from now to October, we'll see about if any other dates become available there to maybe do some bass tracking and stuff, and try to get some of the instruments and maybe some vocals, I think, going. And then continue tracking drums in October, and we'll see how things go from there. I think we have some mixing time penciled in for November, December, maybe. Yeah, so everything as of right now is still on track, even though we're pretty early in the process, I guess.
So this seems like a way different way of recording a record than you might be used to, right? Have you ever done it like this before, where it's in these like chunks of time that are like super spread apart over long periods of time?
No, we've usually, kind of, well, at least as far as drums go, we usually kind of get in there and get sounds and just kind of get cracking and try to get the drums done in however many consecutive days possible. I'm thinking back to before we started working with JP at Privateer. So that would have been supporting cast. Like a lot of those, and when we did Potemkin City Limits, like it was just kind of day after day. I can't remember. I think sometimes we took a Sunday off, but it's just kind of like day after day after day. And that I think in retrospect has a way of just kind of wearing you down a little bit. I find the studio tracking process to be like it takes a lot of energy, like to just be mentally on throughout an entire day, where it's like, okay, you get a little bit done in the morning, and then okay, when are we gonna get moving on afternoon stuff? So just trying to stay loose throughout the whole day and engaged, and keeping your blood moving and all that kind of stuff. It's not exactly easy. It's not tremendously, like, it's not rocket science, but it's just kind of, I don't know. Every time I go through it, I feel differently about it a little bit. But this time, I certainly appreciated the little pauses in between to kind of, And I guess I should mention too, like when we at Privateer, we were leaving all the drums set up. So I'm fortunate enough now to have a kid at home and another one at our practice space. And so I had kind of like 3 kits set up, and it's like, okay, if I'm at home, I can do this. If I'm in the city, there was one night that we were going to crash at my sister's place, and it was just like an opportunity where I could get a good practice day in there, where she was out doing some stuff with some friends. And ultimately, yeah, our room, my sister's place, a little bit hot. I need my cool sleeping zone to recharge my batteries fully. So I ended up spending most of my time practicing out here, just a little out of town, but it worked. I think it worked out pretty good.
Sweet. I'm curious about the preparation of anything that's like maybe totally different than anything you've ever done on past records, or if there's any preparation leading up to this record that might be something that's like unique across all of your recording experiences.
Yeah, well, I think certainly the most unique aspect of kind of juggling through I guess the general process of aging, and having done this for so long, I don't know, I've been struggling with tinnitus since the late 90s, and I actually had this weird situation kind of happen towards the end of 2022, actually, that December, where I was consulting with some hearing specialists and stuff, and I don't know, I'm still trying to put it together. I have like a 2-tone tinnitus issue. Like my tinnitus went haywire on me, and it changed quite a bit to such a like a radically different sort of sensory experience, I guess, 24/7 relentless sensory experience that yeah, I had to really, we spent a lot of time in the early part of 2023 last year refiguring out and measuring decibel levels of our jam space, and kind of coming to some shocking realizations about how much louder it is from the sitting position of where I was at, right behind the drums, and say even 5 or 7 feet over from where the other guys are standing in front of their amps. And even the decibel readings in front of the guitar or bass amps compared to what it was like right by my ears. If I'm playing loud, max sort of cymbal crashing and max exertion and that kind of stuff. So those early months of last year, Chris and I, I gotta really thank those guys for their patience and diligence with helping me figure this stuff out. But we were measuring stuff out at the practice space and just being like, okay, this is completely insane. And I was dealing with 2 different audiologists, just trying to figure out what's what's safe at this point? Like I can't imagine going through a third sort of phase of this hearing issue and all that. And so yeah, we really took a lot, like it was a number of weeks to figure out dB levels in my basement at our practice space, what adds up, like adding different layers to it and everything else. And what we kind of came to is like I started practicing on a drum kit that we've kind of had buried for a good 10 years, thinking that it might be a little bit quieter than our other kits. They have wood hoops on them. We thought maybe if I lightened the gauge of sticks that I was, comfortable playing with, I think since like the later 90s, and pulling back on cymbals, I was playing with extremely light gauge drumsticks and broken cymbals for the better part of last year, just to keep it in check and allow us to spend a lot, like enough time in there jamming and working on the new material and stuff without kind of exhausting ourselves in our ears. And also I kind of, I've temporarily ditched in-ear monitors, and that was it was really, really tricky. Trying to protect my hearing with earplugs and like industrial cups over top, and then having us like a external amp kind of blasting at me. So it's this weird, how much of this is one step forward, one step back, and are we really achieving anything? But I think we managed to get it down to a point where, and with the coaching of some of the people, this one audiologist who was measuring the output of my in-ears and trying to get a sense of how loud it would be in our room and stuff. And I think we managed to achieve it. Like we rolled it down to a much more comfortable level. And I think with one thing I'm noticing with the change of the gauge of sticks is that my elbow problems are partially going away as well. Like I'm feeling less wear and tear on my forearms, and I'm just thinking, oh man, if you could go back and change one thing, holy shit. Like I embraced bigger is better, louder is better, faster, everything. This sort of idea of like, playing loud music like it's a contact sport. This old Dave Lombardo kind of quote that I sort of wore as like a badge of honor for so many years, just gritting and gutting it out and actually playing in pain a lot of the time. I think I was playing sticks that were just like, Jesus Christ, like these big pieces of lumber and breaking a lot of stuff at the same time. You're trying to get loud sounds out of the drums. And I think that's one of the tricky things now is playing quieter, but achieving an aggressive sort of tone without slamming the shit out of everything to the point where like I used to hit things like hit it as hard as you can,
Sure.
That's not really that musical, like within that sort of paradigm of just playing hard, it sounds like how it sounds. You're just giving it everything you have. And when you're in your late 20s and 30s, like you can kind of roll with that. But then, there's the cumulative effect of, your joints and all that kind of stuff. And I ended up having, not severe elbow problems, but problematic enough where I wore down some of the tendon wore down a piece of bone, and I was having this tendon slippage. And anyway, with physiotherapy and that kind of stuff, you can kind of help correct that, which worked for years. But now it's just like, no, play lighter gauge sticks and the whole thing goes away by itself. Good God. Breaking way less cymbals, let me tell you.
What is the gear? Like, did you make any like gear changes for the new record? Like, give me like a little bit of a gear rundown of what like listeners can hear on this record that you all are making.
Well, drum wise, like I said, we went back to this AOT kit that kind of has a bit of a story to it. There was a guy that we knew locally many, many years ago, was getting a backline company together, and he was getting a number of AOT kits custom made for himself. and I think he needed one more, and they were going to give him like a pretty hefty discount. And he basically approached me and said, if you're looking for one of these kits, like, why don't we go, like, we can split the discount down the middle or whatever. So yeah, we got
Sweet.
this really nice custom AOT kit made for us. I think it was around 2002, 2003. And then we we were all excited. Okay, let's take our AOT kit and go back to, BC where these things were made, and we'll track our new record, Potemkin City Limits, with these drums. And we get out there, and the recording engineer was just like, no, not using these, forget it. He had no interest in them at all. I was like, I don't know. I was confused. I think we had different perspectives of maybe the exact time frame that the kit was produced. I think AOTs went through a lot of ownership changes, and maybe the process for building them changed over time. So I think we have a pretty nice sounding kit, to be honest. But yeah, so he didn't want to use it then. We used the toms on supporting cast, but not the kick or the snare. And then on Failed States, we did the same thing. Like, everybody thought the kick drum it's a 20-inch kick. I think it's a little more standard to have bigger kicks on these recordings, and generally, like, you see a lot of 22s and maybe 24s, but especially like when we were doing those older records, it was like, no, we need the kick to be more present, like a larger, heftier sound. And I was into that. I wasn't going to argue with those guys at that time, but this time we kind of came in thinking, no, let's use the small kick. And if we can, let's use the snare too, because, like, they were all built together. I think there's a little bit of I don't know, like carryover between the tone of the snare and the rest of the drums, like
Cool.
an organic carryover. And yeah, so we used everything on this on these last recordings, and I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. I think it sounds pretty good. And I guess the other thing was that we decided to use smaller crash cymbals. And I think that's just something that I think we're going to stick with from now on. It's just, you have less riding on the crash. That's so much of the volume from where I'm sitting is just the crashing ride sections. But I think what we found was, like, we got to kind of like a happy middle with that stuff. I don't think we need the big roaring crash cymbals of old. Like, we seem to find like a sweet little zone with some of the options that we picked for this record. And we had a larger crash that we kind of swapped in, I think, for one or two songs, but it almost kind of felt like, I don't even think we really need it. And yeah, so I think we kind of covered all the bases with this smaller, like more consciously smaller and more sort of decisive, just play it like you feel it and mean it, with a little bit less behind it. And I think we're sort of achieving similar results. Sounds pretty good.
Nice. Okay, so I did notice that you had a slightly different gear setup at the May 21st, 2024 show. I saw a little bit of video footage, and I did notice you wearing those big industrial ear coverings in the video.
Yeah.
And I did notice that the cymbals do look smaller for your
Oh,
live
yeah.
setup. So I've kind of noticed that you've been kind of moving the gear around as far as like what you're choosing to play on, which is really cool. But I'm curious, just like on your reflections on that show, because it's the only show you all have done in a long time, and it was a show that you performed as a trio for probably the first time in like 18 years or something like that. So curious on your reflections on the May 2024 show at Park Theater.
Yeah, it was also I think the shortest show that we played, like going back to probably 1991. Like, it was
Yeah.
pretty sure the set was a little under 20 minutes total.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was one of the reasons why we were able to do that physically, that show. We knew that we didn't have time to prepare a full set. Like, we were unable to do a full show. And we weren't asked to do that. We were just asked to show up for like 15 minutes and, participate with this it was a benefit show for the International Development and Relief Foundation, which was providing emergency medical kits to, people in Gaza and occupied territories. And it's something that we felt very strongly about supporting, and with a local initiative of some people that were kind of like, hey, we feel like we really want to do something. And it was like, yeah, we talked about it and it was like, yeah, our hearts are totally into this 100%. We wanted to participate, but realized we couldn't do a full show, or like it was not in our ballpark of considerations to say, hey, let's do something like this ourselves and, get a benefit show together. It was really nice to do it with, people that we hadn't worked before. It was at the Park Theater. We played with a bunch of bands it's like a multi-genre kind of, the
lineup was cool.
Different performers playing like 15, 20, 30 minutes. It had such a good vibe to it. It was, it really, really felt good. But the other side of that this was an occasion for us to kind of try out, like for me specifically, playing without in-ear monitors, which has been many, many years I've relied on those. And just to get a sense, like, can we do this? Like, how is this even going to come across playing like lighter? It was with that kit that I mentioned. And that was another thing about the show, was like, with so many performers and limited changeover time in between sets, I felt like, okay, I want to play that drum kit. I don't want to play a different backline kit. I'd gotten so used to this thing, and I was almost scared to get on like a larger kit. And that was kind of just part of it for me, was like, okay, if I can play these drums and offer it for everybody else to just use as the standard backline kit for the night. And thankfully everybody was really flexible. They were down with using it and didn't seem to have any issues. It's kind of a funny kit because the wooden rims, they actually sit higher on the drums than a normal flanged or die cast hoop would sit on a drum. Like they're a little bit tricky to play. You hit maybe a little more rim shots unless you're sort of aware of that physical difference. But everybody was cool with it. But I was kind of like, holy shit, this drum kit hasn't been on a stage in like 15 years. And one thing I remember about not liking about this kit was like a real bouncy kind of active, live, like heavy music stage. If there's people on stage jumping around on that stuff, the hardware's pretty lightweight on this thing, and they would just bounce around. It's almost kind of like, I think I remember playing on maybe it was on a drum riser one or something, but it was just like, I'm playing a moving drum kit. Like, this is extra freaking hard. And the hardware is just so finicky, and a lot of things can kind of go wrong. There's so many things that you have to lock with a drum lock. Like for every stand, there's like 4 little things that you have to fasten into place. And if one of them comes undone, it could be a train wreck. And I think I remember even a tom rolling across the stage once while we were playing with this kit years ago. Just like, holy shit. And a few little pieces got lost over the years, and just sort of like ramshackle, Band-Aid fixes. And I was kind of like, oh man, okay, let's use this kit. But I was just kind of hanging around, kind of like on the side of the stage, hoping that nothing was going to go haywire with it during that May 21st show. And it held up perfect. And so it seemed like a success on multiple levels. And it was, like I said, it was nice to play with some bands that we otherwise, don't really cross paths with, but we know of locally. It had a really nice vibe in the room and backstage, like the other performers. It was just a really cool thing to kind of, I don't know, like it was a gathering with purpose behind it that felt like validating and powerful. For, you get stuck in your house, in your room, and where you're not talking about these things so much with other people. And it's, I don't know, sometimes I can get pretty frustrated and pretty down on, what the, US and Canada are doing around the world in so many different cases. And with this, I just feel like, even just suggesting a ceasefire seems like some people see that as like this contentious issue. I'm just like, why? We got to get this out in the open and normalize this, the intent of this thing and start, questioning our government and, the reasons for supporting what's going over there, this sort of tacit state support without question. And it felt just really good to participate in that and to make money for a very worthwhile cause. And yeah, it was good.
Love it. Well, these are some good updates from 2021 to the present day. And now what I would like to do is go way back in time and chat about the pre-Fat Records demo tapes the Propaganda made. I know this is going to be a really awkward segue for listeners out there, and they're like, what is happening now? You're going back to 1989 to 1992. But I want to do like a kind of lightning round about Propaganda's demo years. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, and I think the last time we talked, I think I mentioned a little bit about us practicing in a few different spots on the U of M campus.
Yep. Yeah. So I know that you've done a little bit of, I know you did a little bit of revisiting the U of M campus recently. What have you been up to? And then I'll throw some questions at you about the 89, 91, and 92 demos.
Yeah, well, I went out to the U of M campus a couple weeks ago to just kind of social support for this student encampment that was protesting the situation in Gaza, and just listening to some really great speeches by some local folks, some great people involved. It was very, very interesting to hear the words of the student protesters, and it's just like, I feel like the U of M is kind of this pretty conservative campus. I went there between 1998 and 1993. I studied there for 5 years. And I think back then it was kind of like there was student activism going on and on a conservative campus, yet there was no radio station at the U of M at that time. Like UMFM didn't exist. And I remember like the struggle to get that station going. There were votes every year for the student council. There'd be kind of this referendum vote for like adding I think it was like a $5 or a $10 levy to the student fees. I just couldn't believe it. Like, okay, that's nothing. Like, let's sign. And I think it got voted down once or twice while I was a student there. And it's funny because one of the no voice people is like this pro-business guy, kind of like this less fees, the better, low taxes kind of conservative framework. He ended up becoming a member of parliament for the Conservative Party for many, many years. He's a very successful politician, but anyway, finally it got ratified. And when the station got going, it was like, holy shit. Like, when I went to school, there was no campus radio in Winnipeg. I'm pretty sure that Winnipeg was maybe the largest urban center in the USA, Canada, countries that didn't have campus radio. Like, it was the biggest city, US or Canada. And now we have two. And I just feel like it's kind of this interesting trip because the U of M administration threatened legal action and pretty much shut down that encampment a couple days after I was there. It was all kind of, people knew the direction that it was heading to, but it's just interesting, like the administration at a institution of higher learning kind of quashing dissent. And I mean, there was another situation a few months ago where the valedictorian for the U of M School of Medicine delivered this very powerful speech, connecting the dots between medical education and serving humanity with that and what's going on in Gaza. And he issued this very powerful statement as part of his address. And the U of M pulled it from their website, completely pushed it under the rug and everything. So I just want to say, like the administration is doing their part to silence voices on this issue. Now with this radio station, UMFM, you can refer to like Democracy Now! Plays on that station. Alternative Radio with David Barsamian is this excellent program. They have an archive. There's all kinds of great interviews he has this past year with some incredible people that I respect a ton. Noam Chomsky, Naomi Klein, Ilyan Pepe. I think these are very, very important voices to hear. And you can hear that on local community campus radio. CKAW is another local option for a lot of that programming. And it's so valuable. I feel like independent radio in Winnipeg is needed more than ever. And it's knowing that truth can't be silenced. Like, I mean, the corporate media does a pretty good job of just not reporting on certain things or having their bias, pretty well entrenched, but there are alternate voices out there, and I think they're very important. And I feel, people, if they should feel maybe compelled to, check into some of these voices to counter what they're hearing on mainstream radio. So going way back, like I was learning about like corporate influence in media and ownership bias and those sort of things in some of my classes years ago. And it like just walking around the campus after that protest, I was just kind of like, okay, I'm going to go walk back to my old dorm area and try to take a look at some of the spots that we used to try to practice. Oh my God. It's like just flipping over to that kind of stuff. When I was looking at those years, like we tried to kind of get things going in, I think 86. And it just made me think of all the different jam spaces that we tried to get the ball rolling with in those early years. Like,
yeah,
like there was a summer afternoon, I think, where it's like, Chris, my parents are away. I have that drum kit. It's set up. Like, I'm done with learning polka covers. Let's fucking get this thing going. And Chris was really patient. We really struggled to kind of get the ball rolling back in those days. And a lot of it was like, okay, I'm, 16, 17, turn 18, move to Winnipeg. And it's like, okay, my parents' place doesn't work at all. It's not going to be a viable option to return to. Like the neighbors hate it, and so it's just, I can't believe that my 18-year-old self felt like we could set up a drum kit and Chris's amp in a dorm room with people right next door and try to get. So I think I mentioned last time, like, I think our first jam attempt lasted maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
The second attempt, we took all of our stuff down the elevator into the basement, and there was these study carols. And I thought, okay, there's nobody down there. It's not near exam time. So let's rip off a couple jams down there. Maybe we can get a week's worth of jamming in the study carols. And we went down there, set everything up. I think we played for maybe 6 minutes that time. And somebody just walked in and like basically looking at us with this look of disbelief on their face. Like, what the F are you doing? Like,
yeah.
What are you doing? These are study carols. Oh God. It's kind of funny and kind of bewildering how naive I think we were. And then I think I mentioned last time, like our third attempt to get something going on the U of M campus was in a multi-purpose little room that people used to play like 3-on-3 floor hockey. And so if we could nab that room occasionally and get in there before people came down for like, play some ball hockey, we'd nab the room, and occasionally we'd hear people coming down the hallway. And then it was like, okay, just start playing so that we can't hear them knocking on the door and having them shout us out of here. So we'd just create this massive racket until people went away. And then it was like, okay, I think we maybe have another 30 minutes to practice. Like just go over whatever we have. And was pretty ramshackle. I think at one time we were set up on a Saturday thinking, okay, this is by far the safest time where we can get some jam time in down here. And there was some kind of conference going on upstairs, and the racket we were making was disrupting some kind of formal government proceeding that we didn't even know was going on. We had people from this conference banging on the door, and I just thought, oh, it's somebody wanting to use the room for floor hockey. So we just kept, okay, let's just play nonsense until they leave. And we'd play for 4 or 5 minutes, just, open chords, smashing on crash cymbals and just playing nonsense. And then we'd stop for a second, and then immediately the Loudon got knocker, like they're just hammering on the doors, and then pretty much it's like, stop. And then we open the door, like, what are you doing again? Like, oh my God, we just can't fricking win. So it was like, after that, it was like, okay, this is a firm bail. I've completely failed. I thought 1988-89 was going to be dorm room / jam space. That's, I thought we can have this covered. And so we firmly bailed on that. And then over the next little while, I think we used Chris's folks' basement turned into our go-to place. So
is that where you recorded We Don't Get Paid, We Don't Get Laid, Boy Are We Lazy, the first demo?
Yes. Yeah, we did a lot of the demo stuff out of there, and it was and thankfully we had that space to fall back on, because that was the productive spot. So Chris didn't have to go halfway across the city. But it was tricky for me to get over there because that year, I remember I didn't have access to a car, and the horrible transit system in Winnipeg in the winter is like, I think I had to take, it was only one transfer, but yeah, you wait outside for 22 minutes and minus 25 weather to get your transfer and get out there. It was like quite a lot to get in one jam, but it was stable, and we actually started getting some progress done in Chris's parents' basement. So that was, I think, my one memory about adjusting to that was their family cat at the time, Joe, took a liking to, I guess, putting his mark on my stuff.
He knew that you were the one terrorizing his peace of mind.
Yeah, and fair enough. Like, I come in invading the soundscape of his environment, and I think he felt like, okay, you're going to be a part of this basement. Well, I'm going to piss on all of your gear. So my old Pearl Export kit, I think I even had it just almost smelled after a while like the smell of the urine became kind of a part of the kit.
Mm-hmm.
Over those many months of having it down there. But yeah, anyway.
Where did you guys do 91's Fuck the Scene demo? Where was that one recorded?
You know what? That was so long ago. I think it was the same place. And I was trying to figure out all of the different jam spaces that we had after Chris's folks' place. And I think we kept leaving to try different stuff and then going back to Chris's folks' basement. Like let's see, I moved off campus. I moved into a rental house in the Fort Richmond neighborhood near the U of M. And I was, my first foray into renting houses with other students was kind of like, okay, I was with a couple quiet guys. I wanted to get a lot of my academic work done and, kind of be serious about it. At that point, I'd had my 2 years of wasting time on campus, not doing much work, basically. And yeah, so we set up a little spot in there. And I remember particularly working on some of the stuff that actually ended up appearing on How to Clean in that house. But when you're a student, like, we were renting for 8-month leases, we'd leave at the start of summer. And then I was moving back to my parents' place in Portage La Prairie to work for those summer months. And I think, yeah, we had a bit of a jam space in the first rental house. I go back to Portage. We kind of, have Chris's folks' place is kind of more or less the more stable headquarters. And then I moved into a different house on the same block in Fort Richmond, across the street from the previous space, and we had a little more success there. We actually, at that point, I think we were jamming with John towards the last bit of my stay there, and we had a bit of a band room in that house as well. But yeah, again, bouncing back and forth to Chris's place. I moved out of that spot a couple years later, and then Chris and I rented a house in the West End, and we did a lot of writing. And again, having we didn't learn anything from our previous few years of annoying people with just thrash jamming with complete abandon and having no idea how loud it is outside of your little drywall fucking arrangements. But so in the West End, the houses are pretty close together. We were practicing like idiots on the main floor of the house.
Oh boy.
And I think just we're kind of like, well, we're in our own house now. We can't be bothering anybody. Like, we just can't be. Those houses are built so cheaply, and the neighbor's place was literally, I think, about maybe 3 feet from ours, like this little tiny sidewalk in between. And I remember him saying, the neighbor saying early on, just kind of like, "Hey, are you guys practicing today?" And he just kind of had this kind of smirk on his face, and I was like, "Well, yeah." Probably a little bit later on, he just kind of looked at me and said, "Yeah, well, that's cool. You guys start practicing. I just turn off my music and listen to you guys." Like, there's no way around it. It's bleeding right into my house. And anyway, what are you gonna do? Like, we rented that house with that in mind. We were gonna use this as a practice spot, and we did. We used it for quite a bit. But yeah, and I remember, some of the material on the later demos we were working on there, that was, I think, kind of more around like summer of 91, fall 91 into 92. And then I moved out of that spot to finish my schooling. And then after that, we embarked on the new world of actually paying for practice spaces for the first time after that. And yeah, we had a storefront on South Osborne. I remember when John was still with us in the band, that was our first real kind of actually, okay, now we're spending money on this. Let's make this work. And we've kind of gone with that pretty much since, having different pay. Winnipeg is a really, really tough city. I think it's the same in most places, I'm guessing, where it's, like shitty old industrial buildings that are falling apart, where the owners don't want to put any money into them at all. They just want to get something back. And it's just kind of a revolving door of those. And even with that, like we've gone in and out of a number of those places over the years and have fallen back on our own, living space. It's like, for a lot of the Empire's stuff, we practice at a basement where I was living with a good old friend of ours that I grew up with in Portage, but we had our own stable place, and we used that as a jam space for quite a while. And then over to Chris's place again, like we did a lot of the prep work for Potemkin at his place and for supporting cast as well. So, and that concern, where are we going to jam, is ongoing to this very.
My only other question is, how do you feel about the martial law with a cherry on top song, Support Gun Control, Kill a Hunter?
Well, that's funny because like that practice space that we had in the West End, that's where I remember, that's the only spot that I remember actually working on that tune.
Yeah.
And a lot of that stuff was written back in those days. Like we weren't thinking albums and, record labels and all that kind of stuff. We were just sort of playing shows that the Royal Albert and a few other venues. And it was kind of like a lot of like get some material together to piss some local people off and just kind of shits and giggles projects, that kind of stuff. And there was a band called an old band that we really liked back in those days, Guilt Parade from Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
They had this song Ode to an Asshole on their album Coprophobia that we were big fans of this band. They're sort of obscure, but they kind of tied in a lot of different things that I think we liked about punk music at that moment. And it was almost kind of like, if we're going to be like a band, like what they were sort of like, that's kind of where we're trying to get, was sort of this Guilt Parade kind of what they were up to. And so we were farting around with a side project actually at that point, trying to just kind of do like a song, sort of like a country sort of riff, with a shuffle backbeat and just make a jokey kind of tune, kind of like along this Guilt Parade sort of thing. But we didn't really write that as propaganda. Like that was kind of done for a side show that we had with a couple guys from this band, Meat Rack. And we called ourselves Sweet Medusa. And I think we played on, I think it was a draft night at the Albert. I could be wrong about that, but it was just sort of like this one-off kind of thing. And we did that and ended up kind of stealing a song from that and kind of using it for the demo. So so that's kind of how that one kind of came about.
I love it. Well,
one other thing I wanted to quickly mention, Greg, was that first demo that we did, We Don't Get Paid, We Don't Get Laid, We're Ever Lazy, which was a take on this Maximum Rock and Roll cover, it was a compilation album that Maximum Rock and Roll put out. And I have that album, like I mail ordered that whenever that came out in 89 or something like that. And I pulled it out the other day, and it's just so trippy to see some of the bands on there and just jogging memories. Like we ended up crossing paths with Lance Hahn, who was one of the guys who got this thing together, and like playing with his band J Church, years later. And one of the other bands on there from Colorado, Dead Silence. Like I remember the Riot show we had in Denver.
As stated at the beginning of this episode, that is where Jord and I abruptly were cut off due to a hard stop time. So Jord sent me a little bit of an email, which I'm going to read now to add a little bit of closure to everything that you just heard. So Jord says this: about the Maximum Rock and Roll comp, it's kind of weird to see some of the bands included on that album that we ended up having some interactions with in the years to come. I mentioned we were fortunate to have the chance to tour with Lance Hahn of Cringer and his future band J Church a couple of times. Shortly after Todd joined the band, we actually had to become a hastily arranged version of the J Church rhythm section for a 6-show tour of Japan when their bass player and drummer weren't allowed into the country. We also played a show in Honolulu on the way home, where Lance grew up. It was a memorable experience, to say the least. We miss Lance. He was one of the best guys we've shared time with while away from home. Also, it's funny to think back to the time we spent in the singer for Dead Silence's kitchen after police literally instigated a riot, which ended up canceling our show at a community hall in Denver in 1995. The guy from Dead Silence, I'd previously ordered their album Beginning of the End, happened to live near the venue, and his kitchen turned into a site for a bit of a debriefing session after we'd witnessed cops kicking the shit out of young kids for the last hour or so. Very strange circumstances to meet someone for the first time, and perhaps our wildest non-show of all time. Anyway, an early goal of ours was simply to get reviewed in MRR. I'll have to try to find it, not sure if I have a copy or not, but I seem to recall our first demo receiving somewhat of an okay review, neither really positive or negative. And I don't recall the reviewer acknowledging our take on the MRR comp title, which kind of felt like a joke that had fallen flat. It was pretty underwhelming at the time. I remember being mildly disappointed. So, fuck the scene demo memory. Back to University College residence. My younger sister was living there in 1991. I was living nearby and would borrow her dual cassette player, which had the ability to make high-speed dubbed copies. I worked that cassette deck pretty hard for a week or so while she was at class. Thanks, Jana. I seem to recall making 30 copies and that the high-speed chipmunk versions of the songs were actually kind of catchy. Funny to think of seeing it for sale with that title in the local music section at a few record shops where it appeared. Even funnier when we learned that someone had actually bought a copy. So here's a martial law with a cherry on top tidbit. This was the demo my brother-in-law found at a Wolseley neighborhood yard sale. The owner was asking 50 cents. My brother-in-law tried to get him down to a quarter, but apparently he wouldn't budge from the initial asking price. Thanks, Aaron, for being willing to part with $50. Last note on the recent tracking endeavor. After the first day or so of getting settled in and getting a feel for the monitoring scenario, I was able to actually have a good time behind the kit. JP is super easy to work with and a nice guy to boot, which makes it even better. And when things were on a roll, it was a total pleasure and a super fun challenge. I think people are really going to like the next album. No obligatory horn tooting here. I honestly think it's a stellar batch of songs, and I can't wait to see how they turn out. All right, so that is the end of Jord's email that he sent me to conclude our conversation that was cut off. As always, thank you so much to the band for being so awesome and supportive with what we're doing here at the podcast. It really means a lot. Thank you so much to everybody out there if you've made it this far and you are still listening to this podcast more than 200 episodes into the lifespan of the show. It really means a lot if you're hearing this. So thank you so much to everybody out there for listening. And if you want to get in touch, you can email me at propagandipod@gmail.com. Take care. This episode, bassist and vocalist Todd Kowalski checks in to recap some of the touring Propaganda did through Canada and the U.S. in 2022, some of the mishaps that took place along the way, and then we switch gears and talk about what the band has been up to since October of 2022 through August of 2023, and then we take a bit of a turn and talk about art for a while. It was great to chat with Todd and catch up, and I hope you love it. Todd, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. How are you today?
Doing good, Greg. Yourself?
Excellent. Thank you very much. It is summer in Buffalo. How is summer in Winnipeg treating you so far this year?
Pretty good. I'm getting out of the city as much as I can and having a good time. Went out to the White Shell on the weekend. It's nice waterfalls, places to swim, all kinds of stuff out there. So, yeah, it's nice.
Very
it's only
good.
An hour and a bit from Winnipeg. We can get to there's so many lakes in Manitoba. It's pretty easy to get somewhere awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I had a recent experience too where I went to the Adirondacks in upstate New York, kind of like right by the Canadian border. Kind of like Montreal, super close to where I was. I was in Saranac Lake, which is about 10 minutes from Lake Placid, New York, where the Olympics has been held a couple times. Same thing. Incredible mountain vistas everywhere. Insane cycling and amazing bike riding. Lakes every 5 miles. You know what I mean? It's absolutely wonderful. So I've been trying to get out there and enjoy and enjoy that a little bit as well. The quiet of the mountains when you're on a bike, going up a mountain pass on a bike is just truly special and unbelievable for me.
Yeah, how far is that from Buffalo?
So it's about 6 hours. Like we just drive down the 90, like past Rochester, and then at Syracuse, you go north on the I-81 straight towards Montreal, and then you hit Watertown, and then from Watertown, you go inland and you go up into the mountains, and it's just, mountain town after mountain town. And it's just absolutely incredible up there. I love it.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, 5 hours isn't too far.
Yeah, easily my favorite part of New York is like right up there. And in a couple weeks, we're driving back up there because we're going to see Metallica in Montreal, and we're going to be passing right through the region again. So I'm really excited to go back and do it all over.
Right on. I'm sure that'll be a slice.
It will be a good time. Todd, it's been a long time since you've been here, but time really flies. I was looking to see what the last time you were here was, and it was January 29th, 2022. And we talked a lot about Fuck the Border and the history of that song. And we tied in a lot of I Spy history and then you joining Propagandy. It's really disturbing how long ago that feels now and how much has happened in my life since then. Like I'm living in a totally different house now than when I talked to you for the podcast last time. Right. But I was hoping we could catch up a little bit with what you've been up to and what the band has been up to for the listeners out there who are always dying for news from your camp.
Right. Yeah.
So I want to hear, first of all, a little bit about the touring that you guys did in 2022. There were, as everybody knows, a run across Western Canada and then a challenging run in the US with cancellations and challenges. Tell me a little bit about what stands out for you about that Western Canadian run and then that attempt to do the West Coast last fall.
Well, what happened? We went to Edmonton, I guess, played a show with a bunch of bands, Protest the Hero and Flatliners and all that. So that was a pretty good time. Walked around Edmonton, went down some trails, played Calgary the next day. Barney tried to bring his own sound system and failed at some point. Went to Vancouver, played 2 shows that were fun. And then, and the last show, Chris seemed like he was having a hard time singing. And then the next day he was sick. So we weren't quite sure what to do because it's pretty hard to go and just show up at all these shows and everything with COVID. And so we're just like, well, I guess we got to bail. We did.
Yeah, I know that Sue Lynn's approach was to, continue. I think that Sue Lynn continued driving down the West Coast of the US. Yeah. And Chris took the van and the gear back to Winnipeg by himself, right?
Yeah.
Were you guys nervous sending him off alone through the mountains in a van, ill and just off on his own?
Well, he kind of wanted to go alone. And it's probably smart to do that.
Yeah. Did you fly home after that?
Yeah, I'm pretty easygoing, so it's just whatever.
Nice.
I just go with it. Okay, that's over. And you feel obviously disappointed, but whatever. Fuck, go to the airport, eat a sandwich, go home. Then you're at home, whatever, doing the same old shit you're always doing. So.
What was that rescheduling like for the Southern California shows that wound up getting rebooked a couple weeks later? Because I'm sure that was an insane hassle. What was that like?
Yeah, that was an insane hassle for sure. Trying to rebook that, and then Robin and Barney, who are our usual sound people, couldn't go because of other work. So then we got No Effect, a couple guys who go with No Effects, and they did a great job and were really helpful. It was fun to be around them too. So it all worked out, and we just did the shows that we could figure out how to make it work.
Was it Kent? Did you get Kent from No Effects to do the sound? Nice. He's been on the podcast before.
I heard it. Yeah, that was funny.
What was that like reconnecting with Kent for those shows? That had to have been a blast.
Yeah, good. Yeah, he's funny. Yeah, I get a kick out of that guy. Yeah, he's from Winnipeg too, actually.
Yeah, he was Gorilla with Biff Naked, right?
Yeah, I saw them at the Albert back in the. Actually, I saw them in Regina too, opening for probably SNFU is my guess.
No way. That's really cool. Love that. Yeah, Kent was super fun. He came on the podcast and basically laid down the law that he was going to be the How to Clean Everything defender
Yeah.
under all circumstances. So it was really fun to have him on. He's like, I will talk about How to Clean Everything as long as you want to convince you that it is the greatest record ever. And we had a really good time with it.
Yeah, that seems like a little bit of a stretch.
Yeah, he was.
I like How to Clean Everything too, though. Actually, like
I know you do.
I just I don't know. I kind of I wouldn't say it's the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we had a really good time doing the 30th anniversary episode recently, where, listeners of the podcast submitted covers of all the songs. We got every single song covered for that episode, and it wound up being like 5.5 hours long, which was a real thrill to kind of pull off this like special anniversary thing. So anyway, it was a real good time.
Yeah, no, good.
So, what did you have any like particular shows that stand out to you among that run last year that was like your favorite, or anything that like, did you get to go hiking or anything in California or see anything really cool while you were down there?
We went walking around LA,
Yeah.
San Francisco, and what was the other one?
I don't think you guys went back to San Francisco. Didn't you just do
San Diego. Yeah. San Diego.
I think it was just 2 shows. It was just LA and San Diego, right?
Three, what's the third one?
Oh my goodness. I'm going to have, so we got LA, San Diego, and Pomona.
Okay. Yeah. Pomona. Yeah.
Nice.
Pomona, really? Yeah. So we went walking around in Pomona and whatever. Yeah. It's dry, but nice. Just on these hills.
Love it. Very good. Well, let's chat a little bit about what you all have been up to since tour. So the last shows were in October and we're now in August. So we're, like 9-10 months later at this point, since those shows happened. And I know a lot is going on behind the scenes and with the band right now. And I know that you all have been writing, and I'm sure that everybody would just love to hear a little bit about what you guys have been up to since last fall.
Well, we started working on our tunes and getting all rocking and going and having a good time. And then, Jord or Chris's shoulders started to freeze and get sore. And Jord actually cut his Achilles tendon, some sharp thing on the door. So he had to wear one of those boot things for a couple of months. So we were back down to just chilling for a while. We're having a great time jamming. Like, I feel like I was just keep thinking, these are awesome songs, and it's always fun. It's fun to be there, just making those songs, trying to figure them out. And I'm feeling really good about the tunes. So, they seem like I feel like we're improving, kind of.
Does this remind you of the Today's Empires era, where there were, I believe there were numerous injuries during the recording process for Empires, right? Where it wasn't like there issues with injuries then too?
We always have something going on, I think, between the three of us. But I've had every injury in humanity's possibilities. So.
Amazing. Is Jord out of the boot now? Is he all back to full strength?
Kicking away at that little pedal thing, and that was a good time.
Very good. How many songs like are you bringing to the table this album cycle around? Because sometimes you brought like 5 to the records, like with Potemkin, and then sometimes it's just like is a couple of 2, like with Victory Lap. So I was wondering how many songs are you feeling like are coming out from you on this time around?
I'm hoping maybe 5 this time if I can, or I don't know. I don't really think such like that. I just, when something's done, just like, okay, there it is, But right now I have at least, I have like 10 on, you know what I mean? But like we're we've jammed like 3 all the way through, and then I got like a couple more, you know, that just gotta, I guess 4 we've jammed, 5 actually.
Cool.
Yeah, there's one that was and one that was just kind of abandoned just because there was not lyrics yet for supporting cast. And then and then Chris just sent it to me. Oh, we got to revive this one, you know. I was like, okay, yeah, it's a good, yeah. And then I put it on. I was like, yeah, it's a good one. You just kind of forget, you know.
Very cool. That's awesome. I know that Chris made a post as well on his Patreon that he all of a sudden just kind of came through, and he's like, I kind of feel like I have the solid skeletons of like 7 songs. So
Yeah.
that's pretty awesome. Are you guys kind of shooting for a 12 songer on this time around?
I doubt it. It's kind of like, you know what I mean? You might as well do something with the other 2 songs, or I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, I just find with 12 songs, then a couple end up getting just kind of lost in the shuffle anyway. So
yeah. Do you?
It's always disappointing to, like, that's the most disappointing thing about a record is you always know like something's gonna get stuck somewhere, and you know what I mean.
Kind of reminds me of like how Laughing Stock is like such an awesome banger, and how it wound up on like a flexi that just kind of got, you know, out into the world like that. And I know it came out digitally later and stuff like that, but it's kind of not the same as having that included with a record like Victory Lap. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that one was just like, we're just out of time by just like a tiny little bit and had to be done.
Yeah.
There's another version of it too that's good. Like, I don't know, somewhere in the world. So we've recorded it twice.
Maybe you guys could do Where Quantity is Job Number 1, Volume 2, and put all these things that were on like the deluxe editions and stuff on like a Bandcamp download, and just be like, all right, here's another like LP worth of stuff that is like outtakes and B-sides and stuff like that. And I don't know, it could be a fun project someday to kind of
there wouldn't be too much, there wouldn't be too many of those songs though. Like usually we end up recording most things, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Do you have like a vibe for these songs? Like, is it kind of, because, you know, the records that you guys make, none of them sound like each other. I mean, each one sounds different. And is there like a vibe that you're kind of feeling with this one that kind of reminds you of any of the particular eras of the band or anything like that? Or does this feel like pretty fresh, pretty new? Do you guys feel like this is a new direction at all?
A little bit, like, I don't know. I feel like we're always just kind of pushing some direction, or not pushing a direction, but just like we almost take every song as like its own little entity, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's like I would say, like, you know, like sometimes you're sitting there with a guitar and it's acoustic. Sometimes you're sitting there with electric guitar. Sometimes you're, you know, playing something else. And yeah, I don't know. It's just
love it.
Yeah, it's just like each song is like, it's more just like, I don't know, like we're not really thinking about it. It's just like as soon as something crosses our mind, I guess we're trying a few different guitar techniques that we've never done before, which is kind of fun. It's just like difficult, you know what I mean? Because you have to actually learn the mechanics of how to do it and stuff like that. So
nice. Are you utilizing the Beeve 7-string that he made for you in any of your writing process this time around?
I've been playing on it, but I haven't really yet. Well, I have some riffs that I've put the 7-string on, but I haven't made anything out of them yet, you know?
Nice. That thing is that thing's amazing. Have you been are you enjoying Beeve's guitar that he made for you? Yeah,
for sure. I've been using it. I just haven't yeah. And then like if I make it, then Chris will also have to get a 7-string, and then you know what I mean? But that we don't really let that kind of stuff stop us. We just kind of do it. And then he had one at some point. I don't know what happened to him.
How's the jam space going for Chris with his shoulder problem? Are you guys able to get through some of the rehearsals and stuff like that, even though he's not like at full strength at the moment?
Yeah, he got a little stand for his guitar. I used to have one of those too when I hurt my back. Yeah, you just kind of have a stand with your guitar on it and just kind of stand behind it.
Do you mean like, so I'm picturing like a like at a big rock show, right? Like somebody
Yeah,
would
yeah.
have an electric guitar, and then they would have the acoustic on a stand, and then they would like walk up and strum the acoustic and then go back to playing on their electric.
Yeah,
Is that what he's doing?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, that's awesome. Love to see that. Well, I'm glad that you're excited about it. I know that everybody out there will be really pumped to hear that, you know, y'all are hard at work and that things are enjoyable and that you're having fun with it. Obviously, that's the most important thing at the moment. So thank you for the update on the writing process. That's really cool. How are you? I'm curious about how you're feeling as like a songwriter these days. Is because like as I get older, I think about how much harder things feel to do, like getting through like a piece of writing or like getting through some things in like my day job. They just feel like a lot more tedious sometimes, and like it doesn't come as naturally to me on a lot of days the way it felt when I was a bit younger. I'm wondering if you're noticing any difference in your own songwriting compared to like something like 20 years ago. You know, I'm wondering if you're having if you're resonating with me on how I feel about aging and doing some of my own work, and if it's more challenging or if you've like feel like you've gotten better at it. I'm just wondering about your thoughts on that.
I feel like I'm in a better spot than I was like a while ago, which is why I had less songs on supporting cast, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just kind of changed my method a little bit. Like, yeah, I started learning how to play a lot of other bands' songs and that to see what's making them tick. And then I take a lot of art courses where there's a lot of critiques of your art. And so I try to apply all the critiques to my music, you know, like if you have a picture, you know, you want like areas of density versus areas of rest, you know, like kind of big, medium, small shapes and like all this kind of thinking. I try to take it to music, you know, like just the whole flow and composition of it all, you know. I just try to think of the song the same way as a painting, you know, and then trying to make it more based around the vocals and that than riffs. So I was finding it just like I was ending up trying to sing over too complicated of riffs, which is can be cool, but it's also kind of difficult. And then, or I don't know, maybe less good actually in a way. And then I find now like it doesn't seem like the songs are any less hard. Like once you go and start like messing around and making things more difficult, you know, I just find they turn into better songs. Like I just feel like they have like better composition, better I don't know. I just feel like they're good, you know. So.
Nice. I'm glad you brought up art too. I was looking as I follow your art Instagram that you do, and it's really wonderful. And I was chatting with a listener of the podcast and friend, Matt, the other day, and Matt's an art teacher in Chicago. And, you know, we were talking about how it's interesting that you paint realistic portraits and landscapes from life. And it seems like a fairly, like a traditional approach to art. Like you could go to an art museum and you can see like your style reflected in paintings from like, the 1830s and things like that. It's a very timeless, an ongoing and enduring style of art, it feels like. And then it feels like it contrasts a little bit with how extreme a lot of your music is. And it's really interesting to see like the ways that you have sort of like a dichotomy a little bit within your art and then within your music. Do you have any thoughts on that? The way that the music and the art seem to be in really different realms of expression and creativity?
I guess so. I guess where they're the same is like I have a hard time calming down and thinking about like each brushstroke. Like I have a tendency to like rush and chaotic and not take my time, which is definitely like how like I Spy music was, and like I know like through propaganda, sometimes you got to slow down and figure these little pieces out to make them sharper, so it's kind of like that, I guess. And I I guess like just with music and art, you're just kind of recording your little journey, you know, whatever it is. But I guess with the, like when I'm drawing like more cartoony stuff or that, like with the kind of wonked, you know, like
Mhm.
it's kind of like it's more just slightly more. Like I know other people they'll draw like soft, roundish, cute things, or they'll draw whatever. Even like some people will be like addicted to like kind of sinister stuff, or you know, dark art or whatever. But I find myself like leaning towards like Bullwinkle and Mad Magazine and like old Gru comics, you know, like GROO and not GRU.
Yeah.
You know, like it's I find myself leaning towards. I always have like this tendency to find like a little bit of funny or ridiculous somewhere, you know what I mean?
I really like the stuff that you do as well, where it's like pipes and like almost looks like machinery. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, like cutaways, sort of like from top view, like kind of.
Yeah. Tell me a little bit about what you're doing with that, because it's really neat to see.
Yeah, those are like cutaways. You just like have a scene and then just do what you think the scene, like it's more like proper set design, really.
Mm-hmm.
You just like have your idea. Yeah, I really find that fun, just looking down and thinking what would be in this room, if that's what you're looking at. And then later on, just like trying to envision the scene from a bunch of angles, just kind of fun. And then I guess now you can do it in Blender. I've been trying to learn Blender lately, which is really fun.
What's Blender?
It's just like 3D. So you can like build something and then move it around, all look at it from every angle and light it. I've been trying to learn VR too, like how to build sets in VR. I just still actually find it easier to just at this point, it won't, not for long, but I find it still easier to like draw the idea out, you know, than
Yeah,
I just kind of like doing it all, you know.
I'm looking at your post on Instagram from July 11th, just a couple weeks ago, too, of the skinny, tall buildings all in a row with the billboard on top and the water tank on top. And I'm just thinking, like, it would be really cool if you made like, you know, a graphic novel or a comic book or something like that someday. Do you have any like ambitions in that realm at all?
It's hard to say. I don't know if I do a comic, because I kind of like to like it's just too time consuming to do. Like I used to do that all the time when I was a kid. That was my actual goal when I was a kid, was to draw comics.
Oh, nice.
Or be in a band. That was my two choices. And at some point I did a 500-page comic. But I wasn't thinking about it. Now it's like I think too much about the composition and there's just too many thoughts. I think I like doing like small little projects, you know. So I'll get a project, do the props, do the scenes, do some like story, like keyframes are called, you know, like the key story points, you know, make some characters. Yeah, I kind of have millions of things that aren't on Instagram. Just yeah.
Love it. What are some of your goals in art in the next couple of years? What are you shooting for?
I'm shooting to get better at Blender, better at color keys, and like keyframes. That's my goal right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, like September I'm in a class it's called like drawing for film and television.
Cool. Nice.
No, that's not my goal, but I like that. Like I find it really fun. Like they give you a story and whatever, and you have to just build all the sets and all that, like draw them. So that and then a color, like a kind of a color keyframe type class. So.
Wonderful. Well, let's chat about a couple of tunes here from some propaganda records from the past. What do you think?
Yeah.
Todd, we got a couple of as you know, as we move towards the end, quote unquote, end of the podcast, of covering every song, we've got some of your tunes that I was eager to pick your brain on. And the first one I want to chat about is The Days You Hate Yourself, which is track 14 on the deluxe edition of Failed States. Tell me a little bit about what you remember about the writing and the creation of this one. Like when you were demoing it, any memories that jump back to you about this particular one and its creation?
The thing I remember the most is being down at blasting room and just kind of walking around listening to the song with these earbuds, trying to make the final phrasing and lyrics for the start of the song. Just like, fuck. Like, and I just couldn't quite figure it out. I think that's why I wasn't supporting cast. Yeah, it was a recording of supporting cast. That record was supposed to be on. So
this was supposed to be on the previous record, supporting cast.
It was supposed to be on supporting cast, yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah. So the demos go back to 2008, 2009 for this one?
I guess so, yeah.
Wow. Okay, keep going.
Oh yeah. So I remember walking through that field, like racking my mind, like just like, fuck, I just can't get the first like little bit. Like I remember thinking this song's so rad, I just can't get the start lyrics, and then yeah, I guess I just couldn't do it, especially with everything else we were trying to do, And then I guess we thought we'd save it, and then it's actually like we just kept playing it, and like the way we work, it ended up being Rattan King. Like it's all the same riffs. It's just I don't know if you can tell, but like,
yep,
yeah.
So is the version that we hear on the Failed States Deluxe Edition, is that actually Bill Stevenson and Jason Livermore recording it, or is that a JP one? Did you guys do this one again later?
That's Bill and that's Jason and Bill. Yeah.
Okay, I had no idea that this one was actually Jason and Bill. That is really cool. That's really cool. Yeah. Okay, so I did notice the Rattan Kane similarities. It's got like it's not exactly the same song, but it's got a very similar feeling and sentiment.
Yeah.
So how did the finalization process go? If you couldn't get it done in Colorado, how did it get done?
I think the vocals were done there in Colorado too. Like I think that's what we recorded down there, and then I think I was just like fuck unsure about the start and words. And then, like besides that, like I just listened to it and I was like, as soon as it's past the first like just little batch of words, from there on, I think it's killer, So I guess I could do better, and then by the time I did better, it was a completely different song.
Huh. Okay, so tell me about its transformation with those riffs into Rattan Kane on the next record. How did that go?
I guess I just kept at the riffs and just made an entirely different song.
Amazing. Tell me what you feel about the performance of the other players on the song. Jord's performance on this one is bonkers. He's got blast beats, great fills. He's got a really thrashy, like 80s thrash style ride cymbal going on. Tell me a little bit about what you like about Jord, Chris, and Beav on this song.
Well, like when I was listening, you almost just feel disappointed. Like, that's fucking. Like if I could have just solved that one part better in that field, it'd be like a killer song on that record,
I mean, this is one of, I asked you a long time ago, I think, what if you thought that Rattan Kane was the heaviest Propagandhi song, and you're like, maybe it might be. So this one has that same stuff, like those guitar runs that are like really, really low, like da-da-da-da-da-da. Like that stuff is really, really cool. How do you feel about Chris and Beav on this one? Because I just love what they do.
Yeah, it's good. Sounds like they played it well. Yeah. Like,
I love that it was Jason and Bill. That really kind of puts this into a new perspective for me.
yeah. I
Because
like I like in the song how like too the vocals just get like so over the top for a couple seconds. So I kind of like I enjoy that for some like I don't really I kind of enjoy that sentiment when like the same with what's the other song? Oh yeah, Half Head, like I like some parts in that where it's just like it's just like out of control,
Yeah. We did the Half Head episode recently, and I actually talked about how you have one of my favorite Todd vocal moments ever is in Half Head, and it's those really wild, just out of control parts.
Yeah, me too. Yeah,
I'm really into that kind of stuff. I think that it's like fun. It makes me smile, but it's also heavy, but it's also like partially hilarious. So I'm really into those moments. As long as you don't do it too often, I feel like those moments are so special when they're not like overdone and they just kind of hit you out of nowhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like a whole record of it. There's this song, there's some song I heard. I don't know, maybe I told you this before. It's on I don't even know. I have some old record where the song is so fucking out of control. It's like I bring it out sometimes, and like I sent it to Chris once, and he was like, "Oh, I thought the song would be more out of control," because I always am talking about it, So, but I remember just hearing like this band went so far, like to make the most hyper song of all time,
Yeah.
I just I think like just like how could I like not to their detriment, but I think like Chris and Jord are almost like too good to be that out of control.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like when I try to like make a song like Half Head, it's like I wouldn't say like it's too in control, but it's like it's not as out of control because those two guys are in too much control. You know what I mean? Like not to their detriment, because it probably makes it a punchier it makes it a more listenable song, but it's less out of control.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this one for Jord is like one of the most wild, metallic, and chaotic performances of any of your songs. I think that that this song, "Days You Hate Yourself," is one of the wildest Jord performances I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's disappointing to hear that it's just kind of lost in the shuffle.
I don't think it is, though.
I feel like I have that a lot because like part of it I'm usually unsure of everything, Part of it is like I can't complete my idea the way I quite want, So I have like I can't even imagine how many songs I just have tossed like just in the bin, like just like it's frustrating. I'm kind of like I feel like I'm like learned my lesson a little bit now, like so I just chuck so much stuff, and it's just like, oh, what's the point? Like,
well, something I'm really happy about is that even though this song sort of morphs into Rattan Cane on the next record, that you didn't have any, like, were there qualms about releasing it on the Failed States Deluxe Edition? Because I'm super happy it's there. I personally love minutia like that. Whenever you see how something gets adapted later, were you guys like enthusiastic to release it on the Failed States Deluxe Edition?
I guess so. Like I was probably happy to some people to hear it. Like we couldn't really record the vocals or anything because it's just like I don't really feel like going that hard anymore. I suppose it's too much of a toll on me. You know what I mean? But I'm just doing something different. I still appreciate it, and I don't necessarily think trying to sing better is better. Sometimes, most of the time, it's a better choice, I would think. But you know what I mean? Like I'm not really into like shitty singing for the sake of quaint shitty singing, but every now and then it's like I like to hear someone just rip, like Napalm Death and stuff.
Oh yeah, as we've talked about before in this podcast, Barney from Napalm Death has the heaviest voice of all time. I have no idea how he does it, but he is an absolute force of nature up there.
Yeah, I'd say to me he's the best that have ever put their fucking lungs into the mic like that. Yeah.
I saw him. I recently just saw Napalm Death for the first time, and here in Buffalo, and I just could not believe what I was seeing watching him perform. And I was like, dude, you're like 53. How are you doing that? But he just, because if I did that, I would just like fall apart and like evaporate on stage in 2 seconds. But
yeah,
he just rips, man.
And like hundreds of shows for 30 years, like it's like you watch him, there's no peeping and like croaking and like, stop, I gotta have a water.
I know. Like I saw him open for Gore, and the second Napalm Death left the stage, I was like, all right, I'm gonna watch Gore for for the heck of it. But like the show was over for me when Napalm Death left the stage. Like it was just, there was no coming back from that.
Yeah, there's kind of no amount of costumes and blood can overdo Barney.
Yeah, I agree. Do you have any memories or thoughts about like the lyrics or any of the stories that inspired the lyrics to The Days You Hate Yourself at all?
I think just like the daily thinking about people I know, you know what I mean? Like, I think at some point, my dad was living in my basement too, like getting all wasted every day, and like I did take note, like, or it's just like, he starts getting drunk and mad at himself, and that brings out the worst in him, like about other people. Actually, I just passed this liquor store the other day, and I had a memory of my dad. He goes up to, he went up to this the guy was actually busking busking, I think. My dad goes up to him, he goes, "What's it like being a loser?" And I said, "You get in the truck." And I said to the guy, don't listen to this guy, he's an alcoholic.
Man.
And then my dad just kind of laughs, gets in the truck, like it's like fucking, you know what I mean? Like I was dealing with that type of thing all the time. So like that's just one memory, you know what I mean? Or of like 100 million of those type of things. So it's like, I think for sure that like that was in my mind. Plus like, seeing this, there's so many people like that, like it's not just him, and like, like in his case, he's kind of trying to be funny to the guy, but like, it's like not that joke, man. Just like you out,
right?
You gotta like, someone's gonna like. I've been in positions where he's like thinks he's gonna fight some guy, and I'm gonna back him up. I just leave him. Hey, you're there by yourself, buddy. Like you got yourself into this. Have fun. Yeah,
the last thing that you personally need is assault charges and things like that in your personal life, getting into situations that somebody else drags you into, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, there's one time, we're on the street, I don't know, he's walking towards these guys like he's gonna fight me. He thinks me and my brother are behind him, but we just like turn the corner and let him walk by himself. He's just standing there, he looks back like, holy shit, I'm by myself.
Oh man. Well, shout out to your brother who has been on the podcast before, which was a real thrill for me as well.
Yeah, he's funny.
Well, let's
all the things that you give, everything that you take, and the means that you use.
I read the liner notes, and Todd wrote a blurb underneath the lyrics to Incalculable Effects in the LP booklet. And it reads, "You can only go so far to escape the life you have until there's no coming back. The more you try to escape, the more you're trapped. Unfortunately, many of us are stuck helplessly watching our family members waste and destroy a lot of great things about themselves. I hope that you're lucky enough to be among those who cannot relate to the lyrics of this tune." And that's really important for me. That's really important. I think it's really important for everybody to consider that before you hear Todd's comments on this song. If you go back and listen to our joint interview that we did with Todd and his brother Kent Kowalski on the Dark Matters episode, you'll hear more details on their own experiences related to that. And Todd has written about this topic elsewhere too, for example, like on Negretto as well. So this is like part of an ongoing subplot of Todd's work, in my view. And I kind of felt bad like asking him to chat about this song when we already talked about it a lot on Dark Matters. But I'm also just like, this is a recurring theme for Todd. So anyway, I'm really glad that Todd is here. We're going to chat about Incalculable Effects. There will be another short chat with Todd on another song coming up in the future that we also have recorded. So, Steve, let's go ahead and get to Todd, okay?
Can't wait.
We'll talk about Incalculable Effects. And this is another, really wild. I call it the Kowalski Ragers. I've got a playlist of all of your like really fast songs, and Incalculable Effects is definitely on there. And this is a really interesting song to me. I listened to it several times recently the other day, and I love the fact that it's got like this musical bookended feel, right? Where there's the opening jam, the riff jam, and then the blasters and like the super hardcore section. And then we go back into like a long outro jam. Tell me a little bit about the structure and the creation of this particular piece, because the way it's put together is really interesting to me.
Yeah, I guess I had that. Yeah, I think the opening riff thing is awesome. I like that. And then I guess it's another one. I was just like, I just wanted to just blast away and almost like, not a grind tune, but, just blasting away, having a good time. I think it's just another one where I think the words didn't quite go on. Like, I think the song is better if you just like mute the lyrics, but not the lyrics, but the vocals, But then the middle part, there's some old No Means No song where they kind of sing it monotone, really awesome.
Mm-hmm.
I always found that interesting. So the vocal line of the chorus of this song was actually a little more monotone like that. But then I think Chris was saying he thought it should have more ups and downs, which I was like, whatever, like either way, I don't care. And then I think I remember Bill saying he liked the monotone version better to me actually too, but either way is fine. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't entirely sold on the other one.
I love the I love that you bring up No Means No too. I love the way they do it: 2 lips, 2 lungs, 1 tongue. Like, there are only so many songs that can 2 lips, 2 lungs, and 1 tongue. Like, they do that so well as a band that I'm definitely grooving with that example.
Yeah, so might even be that song. I think it might be something else, but that's a good example of that. Yeah, good song. So that like it's just kind of just that same thing, riffing, and then of course you have to come up with your idea and then make it fit your song. And the faster the song, the harder it is to fit the lyrics in.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what inspires that opening and closing slow jam? Like, what were you like thinking about whenever you were making something that was so specifically slow?
I think the first I was just like riffing, just playing, you know what I mean? This is cool. And then the end, I was definitely thinking of like COC, like Technocracy Animosity era, where they're like doing lots of bends on the bass and like kind of being heavy. And then I was always like Drop Dead and like, I don't know if you know Drop Dead, but like their first LP. Yeah, I guess it's trying to do all that shit. No Means No, Drop Dead, COC. Just put this batch of stuff together and and then Fate's Warning and stuff, like this kind of time change, like suspended chords and time changes and stuff. I don't even know. Yeah. And
Yeah, you've got a couple of instrumental versions of the demos of this on the Bandcamp as well.
Okay, yeah.
Were you still like kind of putting the vocals on some of your tunes, like in preparation for going to the blasting room? Were these like not quite done yet when you went down?
I think this one was pretty much done, but right at the end,
Mm-hmm.
like it's another one, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like, yeah, I was saying to my friend when he was having trouble doing art the other day, he was doing something so crazy in Blender, but he's still disappointed, And I was like, man, how did you just make this? And you're like still disappointed with yourself. Like, you made this like giant castle, all the assets, everyone has flags, stuff. It's all like, it's fucking insane. And he's sitting there all sad because it's not quite what he wanted. And I'm like, dude, every piece of art that you ever see, every song, like it's not that it's what the artist intended or like really wanted. It's the best they could do.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's like everything, like, and like people have a tendency, like if they don't like a song or a person or, like let's say you have a band, they come up with a song you don't like, you find yourself mad at them, like
right.
I hate them, and it's like yeah, it's just the best they could do, like you like, I don't like new Metallica songs, but like they're doing their best to make like I don't think they're doing it half-hearted, nothing, it's just like right now that's the best Metallica do, and that's and and I do find myself like, yeah, I don't like them,
Yeah.
just because they can't you know what I'm saying? Like every piece, like that song, it's got so much awesome stuff to it, but it just like little things could have been better, and if those little things were put into place a little better, it'd be like twice as killer.
Nice.
Like it was just this one little thing, like you just couldn't quite get it, or else this would have been like what you want,
Yeah. Something I really like about this song, we were talking about Half Head earlier. Half Head to me is like a miniature series of vignettes about lives that people go through where, their lives take a certain turn. And, Steve and I talked a lot about that on the episode where we shared some examples like that from our own lives where that resonated with us. But this one feels like another tiny little vignette, right? It's a couple of lives, that are being lived simultaneously in like an unhoused community, a mother and her child. And I'm wondering if you have any stories that inspired this, the particular writing of the lyrics of this one.
Yeah, that's just kind of based on reality, just kind of like, it's downtown a lot during supporting cast,
Mm-hmm.
all kinds of stuff going on, all like I saw like just so much violence, so many fights, so much sadness. And then plus, before supporting cast was like when my dad was in my basement too. I'd like out there's like the song really is about relating to this kid and her mom's like in this state, kind of in public. But for me, I have the same thing basically in my basement, the same situation in my own house. Just like it's not perceived by society the same.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Which, I think that's kind of the idea. It's like maybe I got to read the lyrics again, but like that was the impulse, whether it got across or not,
Was the kid real? Is like the kid like is it autobiographical kind of, or biographical about a particular kid, or was there kind of like an amalgamation of different kids?
There's usually some kind of amalgamation, but like I remember the scene exactly as it is. Yeah.
Cool. Amazing.
Yeah, like I was volunteering downtown. We had this like market that we made every kind of Saturday, and people bring stuff and sell it or whatever, and all kinds of crazy stuff was happening and sad stuff. I actually got in a fight in the park too.
Wow.
It's had to I had to slam this guy into this woman's tent, and then I was like, I did it as nice as I could, but I had to take care of them, you know. And then I was like, yeah, it's just like, oh, this is, you know what I mean? It was all getting to me, like, yeah, it's just too much chaos, you know. Like, it's just like people, like, I saw groups of people run into the park with bats beating the shit out of everyone, and I thought they were coming for me because they parked right beside me, you know what I mean? They ran right past me. And I saw a guy kicking the shit out of a guy holding his hair, kicking him in the face. And then I went and actually tried to help the guy. And then the guy thought I was doing it to him, you know? Because he didn't know what was happening, you know? He's like, looks up at me, please stop, or something. And it's just like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
And I think that, like, everything was kind of getting to me at the point of that song, you know? It's kind of coming across in, like, the kind of darkness of the song, you know?
Yeah, for sure. You know, just about supporting cast in general, I know that you said on the Dark Matters episode that you really like recording a lot more in Winnipeg. What stands out to you about the experience of going to the blasting room with Bill and Jason? I think that I think you mentioned that a little bit before, but I think I remember you saying that you like recording at home a lot better. What was interesting, or, you know, a big takeaway about the recording process from the blasting room that you still think about to this day?
I guess it's just like, just me as a person. I need to be, like, a little more free and not worrying about certain things, you know, while I'm trying to play. Especially like for me, I almost have psychological problems trying to perform under like two, like, say, I have such memories of, like, trying to do things like with my dad standing there like insulting me, and like, you know what I mean, like these things that have stopped me from, like, having any interest in, like, certain things, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I've
And
got
then
those in my own life for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So you, like, when I'm in a situation where it's like too scrutinous, almost like I stop like inventing, you know what I mean? Like, it's not the blasting room or the people's problem. It's just like, I just feel like it's just easier for me to create if I'm just kind of, like, standing behind JP or wherever, or jamming, you know, and I'm just doing my thing, you know, like, where I feel like I know just at the blasting room, like, it's just like so clinical, you know, and they're watching the tuning meters and that, and like so closely, and like it's worried about, like, it's just a different way of doing things, you know, and it's just
Yeah.
like, one's not better than the other per se. It's just for me personally, it's just I just find myself, like, I start losing where I am in the songs and what I'm doing, you know, because but yeah, I just I just find it it's just harder, I guess.
Did Chris, Beeve, and Jord thrive in that environment it differently than you? Like, was it better for any members of the band particularly that you remember?
I don't know. I don't I'm not saying anyone had any, like, big problems. I think they kind of did well, you know, like, I didn't hear any complaints, and, like, I think they just went and did it, you know. They're just, yeah, I think they seem like they did well.
I mean, it's an amazing record. It's a classic.
And I didn't have that feeling doing the vocals. Like, when I got to the vocals, you know, it's just like, it's just sitting in a close room with people looking at me like that. Just like, just doesn't work for my creative brain, you know. Like, I think I'm just a different type of person, you know.
Very cool. Well, Todd, I really appreciate your thoughts on where you are in the creative process these days, and your thoughts on Incalculable Effects and the days you hate yourself. It's a real pleasure hanging out, and I'm so glad that things are going great. And you know, we all love your updates, and we're just really grateful here that you continue to keep us in the loop a little bit. But yeah, I mean, thanks for this great hangout. I've really had an awesome time this morning.
Yeah, you too. Hey, I was gonna say, just as an addition to what's that song? What song were we talking about a second ago?
Incalculable Effects?
No, the other one.
Days You Hate Yourself?
No, the other one.
Impending Half-Head?
Yeah. That like just the additional notes. The like some of the lines are from a couple of the lines are from Degrassi Junior High, you know, this show.
Oh, sweet.
Like a couple of the parts, if you were to ever watch all the Degrassi series, like from like the old junior high, like from the 80s, like you'd pick out a couple things, and then like all the insults in the middle are all insults that like people called like me and my friends specifically. And half of them are from my dad. So he's pretty good at that, which like he said to me, he said the funniest shit. But like, yeah, so it's like, I think, yeah, just kind of a couple little tidbits. Like they're not like random insults, you know, they're like particular insults.
Amazing. Well, and that also connects to the Degrassi Junior High Dropouts, which is like what, track 27 or something of the Where Quantity is Job Number 1 compilation.
Yeah, I think that thing's awesome, man. I love that version of that thing.
Oh, yeah. It's absolutely wonderful. Well, thank you for clarifying a little bit of the history behind the lyrics of Impending Half-Head, too, because we had a blast making that episode. It was like all of like my high school cringe moments like on full display in that episode. So I had a really cathartic experience making that episode and kind of digging back into some of those memories from that were, you know, super challenging and relatively humiliating. Being 15, 16, 17. Oh man, that's hard work. But that's really interesting stuff too.
Yeah, I kind of like, for some reason I really like that song, and I feel like it maybe kind of gets a little bit overlooked because maybe people kind of like think it's a joke, you know, like a joke song. And it kind of is, but it kind of isn't at the same time, you know. Like,
question: would Impending Half-Head or Incalculable Effects ever be songs that could make it into a set list again someday?
I doubt Incalculable Effects would, because it'd be too hard, and I don't know if Chris and Jord would want to play Half-Head, but I like it.
I like Half-Head too. I was amazed at how much I actually connected with it whenever I like allowed myself to kind of like connect my own memories to the lyrics. I had never really thought about it a whole heck of a lot, because whenever it comes on in the car, I'm just like in rage out mode. You know what I mean? Yeah. But then whenever I started digging into it, I was like, man, this is really, really incredible and deep. And Steve, my second co-host after Keith left, I brought Steve on board and we're having a blast. And Steve ranked Impending Half-Head in his top 5 on Potemkin City Limits as an LP. So Steve is all on board with him with Impending Half-Head too.
Well, that's nice to hear. I guess an extra tidbit is like, for that particular song, all the music was Chris's, just the lyrics were mine.
Oh, sweet. Interesting. Nice.
Yeah, it would have been probably would have been like a more serious and perhaps better song, but whatever.
Man, amazing. Is Incalculable Effects and Days You Hate Yourself, for those music and lyrics by you, or was the music more collaborative, or was it all you?
Well, like to the point of like all like I made all the riffs and whatever. Yeah.
Sweet. Awesome. Well, Todd, great to hang. Thank you so much for your time and energy and stories. I love hanging out, and I'm really excited to show the listeners what you all been up to lately. So thank you so much for being here. whenever people have experiences in their lives, like I think about my dad standing over me whenever I was 7 years old trying to make a Pinewood Derby car for Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
And to this day, I will not touch woodworking of any kind because it's the same kind of thing. It's like, it's just stuff that we carry with us over time where certain situations just bring that out. And all of a sudden we're 7 and we're in like the garage again with our dad and we're just not having a good time. And then all of a sudden it's just like, I can't do this right now. So I completely resonated with what you were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's exactly me, man. My dad was a woodworking genius. Like he built all this shit, everything in here.
Yeah.
I can't do any of it. I just like shut off. Just like I can build like little shit, but like, so
yeah. But it's awesome.
I didn't. He built a whole house, but I didn't help it 1 second. I'm just like, fuck you. I'm not going near you. You know?
Yeah. I completely resonate with that as well. But it is cool though that you have a lot of those pieces of furniture that you can hang on to. Because even though it's complicated and those memories are weird, it's still cool to be able to retain physical things throughout generations.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I kind of hold no grudges. You know what I mean? Just whatever. Dealing with the funniest alcoholic that ever lived.